Yo, what is up, motherfuckers? How's everybody doing? Everybody in Discord say hello to the nobody I'm sure that is watching yet.
No.
Hello, hello.
Hello. All right. Yeah, feel free to re-engage in the conversation you were having before I jumped in. I don't know what you guys were talking about. Are y'all watching this debate that Destiny is having?
I watched a bit of it when I was driving home.
It's pretty wild. We saw some Nebraska Steve today.
Oh.
Yeah.
This lady was just... Honestly, she's not a terrible debater, but she just...
Nebraska Steve on XQC was
Tolly?
beautiful last night.
I saw some of that.
It.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we got spam! We got spam in the chat. Spam in the chat.
How do I figure out what graphics card I have?
You go to the settings and systems shit, I think. Somewhere in there.
Okay.
Spamerino in the chatterino. Deleted.
Jeez.
Yeah, I told you. Every time, like, right at the beginning of my stream, I get a spammer.
I shall be back in a bit. Peace out.
Alrighty.
See you later,
Bye.
silly Billy.
Alrighty then.
Alright.
Alright.
Hit him with the giggity.
Giggity.
Jesus, that brings me back.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's watch a little bit of this debate.
Probably not actually. Probably goes to like 110. It gets worse because if one side is willing to lay down and the other doesn't, then the other side just dominates you.
But and just for clarification, to anti-Fed post, we are not saying
We got
that
Tolly.
escalate
I think that's
until
Soy
they-
Pill.
No, but
I don't know
somebody
this
asks you,
guy,
what do you think
Wick.
about the violence,
I have
whatever,
no
then
fucking
so
clue
if somebody
who
else
this
gets
guy
killed,
is.
right? Then the response is, oh, we definitely,
Rando.
we would like to lower the temperature of the country. We'll
Rando.
call for it to be lowered as soon as Donald Trump does.
All right, that's basically all I really wanted to hear. I just wanted to go clear.
Yeah, there's like people now coming in.
Sir.
What
Not gonna add
up?
new caller. If Trump comes
Enjoy
out
your
and-
pizza.
and
Don't let
completely
it
does
get
exactly-
cold
says
like
exactly
Dean
what
Withers did.
We all wanted
Zan.
to say.
Oh.
Is that really changing any of the minds of, like, I bring up the stat again, the 70%
My
of
pizza
college
got
students who
cold.
think
Oh
it's
yeah, I
okay
have
to
a
shout down,
4060. Okay.
speakers on
that's
campus.
Oh
but
well,
30%
fuck
say
you.
it's okay.
What the fuck?
Is this changing the math
It's
on the
my work
ground?
laptop. The
at
PC
all?
that I
Wow.
built 11 years ago has a 1090. So.
Well, I'm sorry, us plebs are in your presence.
Literally.
We apologize.
Let's take up arms.
The
and
only
fight
reason
for
I
the
didn't
presence
answer
of
that
like
Because they
a
actually-
Chad gamer.
Yeah, I didn't know we had a billionaire on the stream.
I don't pay money for shoes. I don't get my hair
they
done. I
actually
don't get my
do
nails
this.
done. I
They
don't do any
actually
of those
go and
things.
do it.
I
Totally
save my
180.
shit
I'm
up
voting
and
for
I
Trump next
buy.
time. 37% of college kids.
You
are
realize-
they can throw shit or enact
You
violence.
realize now,
No.
like,
I'm serious.
I get to give you shit for having the more newer and expensive PC, right?
Yeah, but I save my money though.
What up, Van Kirk? What's going on?
Doesn't
Like-
matter. Privilege. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, because they're always ragging on me for growing up in privilege. And so,
Jeez.
I
He's never made lemonade.
Okay.
Were they getting like the football team out with old stuff, or was it like the baseball team, or
That is kind of crazy.
How is that crazy? I feel like that's not that uncommon.
tear their stands
People
down,
don't make
or
lemonade
their
sometimes.
coaches, or- It was so bad that Turning Point
Do
was
that.
doing
Do they not?
student union thing across
That
the
sounds like
United
such a
States,
cope
even
right
though
now.
these people-
What, everybody makes lemonade?
That's insane.
Yes.
Yeah.
They exist in an
Wait,
opposite
really?
way. It creates if we want to
Yes.
support a safe space on campus for people.
Oh.
It's
who
like
are
the cheapest
I
thing
think
to
I am
fucking
interested in
make.
conservative ideas. I want to be around people that we can actually talk about stuff.
Water is the cheapest thing to
They
make.
existed in opposition to the mainstream.
Well, you were in Russia. You would know that water's not always the cheapest thing. And the lemonade can like cover their shitty water taste if you don't have really good water.
I mean, the embassy, I think, had good tap water. I'm pretty sure we could drink tap water in Russia.
College kids wanting to shout down people they didn't like on college campus.
Like the compound did.
30% just a fine number. Like,
Damn, Van Kirk, you're caps locking it in Tiny's chat right now. You're losing it.
It must have been a huge number. What was it?
we just had
Who
one
is?
2 days ago, pretty high
Van
profile.
Kirk.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Van Kirk.
he's
Van
pissed
Kirk
off.
is a weirdo.
Wait,
Is a
was
weirdo.
that guy a college kid?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't that
No, it was on
guy?
a college
This
campus,
guy
though.
was from like the fucking ethno state, fucking Utah.
Oh, I
Also,
wanna-
anyone that comes in here about the rhetoric stuff, I have also taken a stronger position on it. And it wasn't even because of Destiny, it was because of my time on Twitter the day of.
Wait, what message got you timed out? What do you mean?
That happened on the college campus, yeah.
I have way stronger opinions now about not giving a flying fuck about
What's an acceptable number then for
about the
domestic
the
colleges that are okay
jokes
with
and
using
about
violence?
what
Because these
to,
colleges don't
what
say
what
college kids forever, they grow up, they
about
go
what
to
you can
workplaces,
say,
they get
not
jobs,
say.
and
I think as long
Sure.
as you don't
these big companies.
promote violence, I think everything is I
It's
think
fair
everything's
game.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Comedy
like,
legal again, guys. Remember?
yeah, I'm not sitting here saying
Elon
like,
Musk made comedy
oh,
legal
we have
again.
to like make a big deal out of everything, right? Like, if I see an insensitive joke, I'm just gonna be like, well, that's a little insensitive, and move on with my day, right? But I also feel like that's a personal choice, right? Like, if you wanna do that, you do that, you know, like that's your choice. I generally
course.
choose not to do that. Every once in a while I'll come out with a bit of an unhinged joke, but it's usually not like, I try to be respectful for the most part. May have made some unsavory jokes about how the fine young lady below Destiny. Y'all can't touch her, okay? She's mine. She's Jewish.
Wait, who can we not touch?
Tolly.
Who?
Tolly.
I don't know who that is.
That's the girl below Destiny, debating below Destiny.
I'm sorry, you're still so low.
The girl who is
Blame
debating
again.
below Destiny on this panel.
Oh, is it the girl with the curly hair? No, not
No.
her. Okay. I know chat was kind of wiling for the girl with the curly hair and the glasses.
She has glasses, but she doesn't have curly hair. I'm very pro-Israel.
Yeah,
talking
I
on
have
this
a-
subject
I
may
have a-
even
I
do some
brought
edgy
his
jokes
stream
that may
up.
be perceived as endorsing Hamas violence against her. Really? Why? What was she saying? Was she's pretty strong Zionist from what I've seen.
Yeah, I was
She's brain rotted in this convo. Oh. Well, let's see.
This is not, oh, here's your address, ooh, boo, boo. You acknowledge that this is actually like going to lead to violence against these people.
The only sensible one besides Destiny is the guy in the hammock.
Just out of curiosity, how many were hurt?
Who is the guy in the hammock? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't.
Right,
I don't
you
know
don't.
that-
Okay, cool.
These all
hold on,
leftoids
hold
and
on.
quote unquote
How many were
centrists in
hurt?
this
How
debate
many-
panel.
No, I don't either. What are you talking about?
I-
Yeah, what-
I don't think so.
Certainly,
I think this
certainly
guy
I'm
might
not
be on the
hearing
right.
a
I don't
bunch of
really
people got
know.
hurt, right?
No, wait,
Where
so
everyone
hold
is.
on, wait, stop. You're being a lip
Gotcha.
cuck right now. You need to do what Gen Z did. Instead of answering that question, you need to ask him, what's an acceptable number? Put it back on him.
Okay, sure. What's an acceptable
Zero.
number?
Can you give
buddy?
me one?
Yeah, there was at least one. That's
yeah,
why
I'll go look
Milo
it up
got
right
banned
now.
from college.
We all
campuses,
get
so
unhinged
it
by.
was-
What up, Cinderella?
I'm not entirely.
You should hear me when RFK Jr. comes on. I have to mute
What
myself. My
violence
poor
is
dogs get so scared because I
irrelevant.
never raise my voice.
I do want to give a chance.
I was kind
It's
of
not
getting a
relevant.
little
If you're
unhinged
saying
about
Milo
RFK
is
too, though.
relevant.
Like, that's fair.
He had his heyday.
No.
We also say
This
retard.
is within the past 10
The
years.
R word
Let's say
here.
this- first
I
of
forgot
all,
that you're
this
on
is not the
Twitch.
only time this has happened. But if you're saying,
Oh
hey,
shit, am I
isn't
not
it
supposed to
scary
say
that
that?
30% of people
Oh,
can
man.
we say? I didn't
No,
know if
I'm
it was
pretty
the
sure
same thing
Hassan
as
says
retarded,
retarded.
like we
I'm
do.
pretty sure Hassan says
with
retarded.
rhetoric, as if this is like
I don't know
some
if he does.
insane thing.
No?
Well,
Yeah,
Hassan
maybe
gets
we
away
should,
with
like,
everything now.
Well, I
Yeah,
say
but I
it,
don't
so
know.
I hope you don't get in trouble.
It sounds to me like you think the
Yeah, I
number
say
should
it
be
too, so if
100%
I get in
good.
trouble,
Oh,
then
well,
GG.
fuck it then.
Violently causing harm, causing violence to people,
Whoops.
then
I think
100% of
100%
college.
would be a
G.
reasonable number in
Fucking
the
A.
G.
True.
Kicks better anyway.
True. It should be. You should
We
be
need to, as a
scared.
society, accept that word very widely again. I agree.
Fuck off and go
Okay?
somewhere else and take your weird authoritarian bullshit to some other place. You should be.
Good.
afraid of
I
the US.
saw that I'm retarded. Well, judging by that
Have you seen that
sentence,
one
I think
video
you
where
can.
There's like some conservatives on campus. They have a table set up, and then like a trans person comes over. They back and forth.
Would
with
that
it,
violate
I
TOS?
saw-
I don't know.
shrieks,
Could I
and then
say
grabs
that
the
I'm
table and
retarded?
throws
Yeah.
it,
Would
and
that
all the
violate
flyers go
TOS?
everywhere, and then starts
Okay.
yelling, and then marches
We need to
around.
endorse bigotry
There's
against
several
double-digit
viral
IQ
videos.
individuals
Yeah,
because
yeah,
not
I
doing
can think
so
of
is
it,
ruining the
right?
country. Yeah, but you gotta walk a fine line,
That's-
right? Because bigotry
that's
against
bad.
actual
Should not be a
retards is
livable
gonna get you in trouble.
There are 10,000 problems that are way worse.
And you don't want to do that.
I
Those
think
are the
that
ones
in
you
order
feel
to
bad
get
for.
political
See, but
I think in order to
the
engage in
reason
political
why
debate,
it is
then
important,
everyone
though,
should
is
have to
because we're
take an
talking
IQ test so we know
this is the
who we
same
can and
argument
can't
that was
call a
made about,
retard.
No,
I guess,
see, I don't want to. I don't want everybody
Dude, I
to
just
feel
took a test.
intimidated.
college kids will grow
Okay,
out of it.
when they
Like,
talk to
saying,
me.
right, if you're young and conservative, you
I
Never
had to
call
take an
someone with a
aptitude
genuine
test for a
handicap
job
retarded
like, they'll
either.
grow
application.
out of it. They'll start
True.
paying taxes. It's the meme. But these are the people that grew
Job
up.
I
application,
had
you
to take a
said?
test for a
professors
job
and
application
completely
for like
changed the
basically a
entire
glorified secretary
structure,
position.
of academia.
Oh
which
my
then
God.
spills over into
It was
Hollywood,
so
and spills over
unnecessary.
All of
into
them grew up to
entertainment.
Like
be
it was like
professors. Every
math
single
and
college was
English.
just,
No,
we
of
have like
course not.
20
It was
million
Not
was like
all of them.
barely
But this
minimum.
created-
We're in
it created-
California. I
it
don't
created
know
a
where
culture
minimum
where these
wage is. I
people
don't know if
then
it's like
became-
17 or 18
They
anymore.
started occupying these cultural
But
spaces.
it was
and
like
completely
barely minimum
reshaped-
wage,
Mhm.
right?
basically a secretary
yeah, well,
job,
I'm
and I had to do
gonna
like
go out of
English
this
test, English lit test, a math test, and
my name and
which
address,
included
this is
like
demonstrably going to put me in harm's way, and I might have
What
to
up, I
file
feel so
this
tired.
off
fractions
if the
of
fucking
things
college
that
isn't
and
protected. I think
percentages
it's
of things
perfectly
that aren't.
acceptable.
But back
I
to
wouldn't
Rick's
say like
point, I
aren't
think
easy
we're still waiting
percentages.
on
Like
an example
it was
of
like
that happening.
3/4 of some
Okay,
like
so
weird
you
ass
just
number.
Google
And I was like, how in the fuck? Like I know how to figure it out, but how in the fuck am I supposed to do this without a pen and paper or a calculator? I can do it without a calculator if I can have a pen and paper, but I wasn't supposed to have either. And I'm like, what the fuck? I can't do this shit myself.
Yeah, like the French using
It's just like, oh,
Cinderella.
thank God
Retard.
no one in the
Retard.
world decided to go fucking hurt these people, but they're
Drinking a
all
gas
others
station,
because
24
people
ounce
don't
Modelo.
get the people going after them. You don't think that's a
While
valid
you're
thing?
sitting in your
Good
car
thing
waiting for it to
you
fill
didn't
up.
swat me. Good thing you didn't come and fucking kill me in my house, but I'm just gonna let you do it again.
None of us think that conservative commentators should be going onto college campuses and doxing students. That is
Okay,
obviously
right.
beyond
Like
the
fire
pale of
retardant.
law.
You know what?
That's an
Fuck
automatic
it, I like
You should
that.
be able to use
Claim-
violence to stop them from doing it.
Soitel, your claim
Retard
was that
man,
people got
good.
hurt because they did it.
Yeah,
I just
and
wanna
now I'm
know
making
who got hurt.
now I'm making before I even look it up.
Oh,
I'm
you already
making
gave
more
the-
conservative thing that I think
It
is
works for
more
Hassan
conservative.
because
I don't think
Hassan
you should- I think you
retards
should be able to use
societal
violence to
growth.
stop someone from
Yeah,
doxing
not
you.
until we get the
100,000%,
bungalow set up,
because
I
I'm
think.
not going to put my
You can't
potential
know
harm
I don't know. What do you
on
want
the
to do? You
line.
want to fight the?
So if you're one
If
example
they
of
already
my
did
I was
it,
actually gonna
exactly.
bounce out of
They
here for a
did
little
it.
bit so
We
I can
know
focus
he
on the
did it.
stream.
20 years ago,
Yeah,
I
you're
wasn't
good.
able to
That works.
shotgun this motherfucker. I blame
Yeah,
Biden
yeah.
for my decline.
Plus, you wanted to start a new file too, right?
Wait,
That is true.
don't blame Biden, blame
Hey, what should
Obama.
you be able to
I
do
thought
if you
thanks
think-
Obama was
if
still
you
a
think
meme,
someone
is it
gonna
not?
dox
Can we
you,
still
if
use
you
that?
think that someone's
Yeah,
going
now
to
you
release
fed
your
boys, so
information,
It's just
Get
Obama
what
fucked.
should
now.
you be able to do?
Obama.
What should you be able to do to their
Hang
body,
on.
you
They're gonna
fed?
post my name and
Yeah.
boys,
That's
and
not
like,
thanks,
I'm about to
Obama.
do this, and they're gonna finger on the button, right?
Yeah,
There it
There
is.
we
what should you
go.
be able to do to them?
At the very least,
That was
you have
good.
to Starship Troopers,
Yeah.
he throws the knife and he sticks
Throw
his
the
hand
knife
against the
against
wall
the-
and he says,
I
yeah,
like
the
my
enemy- the
soundboard
enemy
so
Stab
cannot-
much.
them in the hand.
Yeah, the enemy cannot
Heck yeah.
press the nuke if they
Stop
can't
This
press
one's the
button.
best.
100% you
How
should be able to
dare
stab
you.
their hand and
Jesus
not let them
Christ.
press the fucking
That's
space
one of my
on the video game.
favorites.
No,
It's
not
so
the video game, real
applicable.
life.
Technically, 20 years ago
Okay.
would have been Bush.
No, Jesus
too,
Christ,
so
you're
I'll blame
posting your
him.
address
W.
to a bunch of people who have a demonstrable history of hurting people.
W.
Why
Is
do
that
you have
not
more? Wait,
fucking-
how old are you, Soypill? Why do you have a more radical
29.
position on random people going to schools to dox people than the president of the United States calling this fucking civil war?
Yeah,
What the
blame
fuck
Bush
is wrong with
too.
you?
Blame
You're
Bush
talking
one
about
and
preemptive
two.
violence against Michael Knowles going to do some fucking
It's
random
so
event in
sad
college, but you
because
can't
as
do
a
anything about the
visceral
president of
Bush
the United
hater,
States.
Okay.
Okay,
just-
and
Chat's
the fact
working
is
so
that they have a
much.
history
I'm
of
now
hurting people.
looking
And you
back
can't give
and
me one person
realizing
they
that
hurt.
he wasn't the
Indianapolis
absolute
has a
fucking
history of
worst thing
doxing
Dude,
people or getting their
I
rights
would
Really
be
sucks.
so happy with a Bush presidency right now compared to what we're dealing with.
Show me the.
Like the fact that
Yeah.
I thought
If
that
I
was
showed
so
you that
terrible.
Indianapolis
I'm
doxed
like,
someone and they got hurt, you would agree that
I
it's
had
okay to
no-
stab
I had
my
no-
friend
oh,
or
you
anyone
know.
He's
else
already got a
who's
tweet
going
loaded up. Don't let
My
him trip you
poor,
up.
sweet,
okay with
young
this?
heart
Let's see.
had
what you
no
got.
idea
No,
what was coming.
Answer the question, Wick. It's a hypothetical.
Make
Okay.
it a conditional that you can
Wanna see
change
it
the
anyway.
what it means afterwards. So say like only if I think it's a serious threat or something, or only if I think it was caused by that, so that he can link you something and you say,
Oh
well, I
no,
don't
it
think that
wasn't
was caused by
Van
that. You can't
Kirk.
draw a
The
direct
guy I
link.
was
Go.
watching on Tiny
no,
Stream. It
I'll
was the
just
other
give you-
red
If
name.
you can give me
Who?
someone that got
Buckeye?
hurt, and by hurt me physically.
No,
not their
I watch.
physique,
There's certain
okay, not
usernames that
fired
I
from their
watch.
job,
Okay, what
but
about
Like a
swatting?
hawk.
beat up.
What about swatting where the
And it wasn't
Uh,
Van Kirk. It was
Did
somebody
they get
else.
hurt?
Can
I don't
you
know,
answer
he
the
was
question? Do you
going a little
understand that
crazy
swatting has the
yesterday.
potential of
I'm
you
being very
dying?
clear.
Especially
Did
during the
It's
fucking
plotting
day
a
that.
death threat, potentially.
What's up with this
If
Wick
Kirk
guy?
thinks there's
A
always
lot.
chance that
But what do you mean by that?
you Wick.
I own one weapon. Well, actually, I own three. Okay, I got these guns.
Wait, what?
Right?
That's right.
But other
There we
than
go.
that, right?
Why'd you say your own name,
So
Cinderella?
just to be, so you
Right.
think
So
doxing
just to
should
be
be
clear,
a,
so that it would be okay to stab someone
you
in
understand
the head
that
right
squatting
before they're
is
about to press
different.
play.
Swatting
but
is
you-
different.
Was it you?
Someone going
What are
out
you-
and
Was she
getting
keeping
accurate.
her eye on you?
Swatting has a potential.
Oh, Cinderella, you've
Yeah,
got to
you
watch
were-
that
you
guy.
were
It
toting a
increases the chance that they get
fucking
physically
fine
hurt.
line.
I'll agree with that.
You were toting a fine
The
line.
Supreme Court's already
And if
ruled
I
on this
didn't
in
know you
Brandenburg
were
with the incitement
joking,
test. There has to be
you would have absolutely
specificity
gotten
and
timed out for a
imminence.
week
Just
easy.
posting someone's information. I agree. Horrible thing to do.
He looks
but
like a
would be
Linux
immoral,
user and
but
has
not
Warhammer
illegal. I mean,
40k
sounds like you're
figurines,
saying
so I
it makes
distrust
sense.
him.
It sounds like you're saying it should be illegal if you're going so far as to say
You talking about
the guy on the
Wick?
bottom right?
Yeah, he's talking about
Yeah.
Wick.
In some states?
Oh, or Wick. Yeah, Wick
I
isn't
don't know.
bad.
I don't know.
Wick's
on
not so
all the
bad.
states. I mean, each state has their own criminal
He
law,
hosts
so-
his whole
I can
spiel
look it
is he
up, but-
hosts
Okay,
Okay,
debates.
are you saying just like let's remove
Oh,
legality,
Cinderella
are you
does
saying if
not
someone
think he was
posts
that bad,
addresses
Casper.
and they have a history of people whose addresses they're posted get hurt because they have an audience of people who might be more inclined to do that. It's just totally fine if they keep doing
She's
it because
muted.
they're not the ones hurting them.
I mean, I know you said take them all out of it.
Wow.
Unfortunately,
What
you
up?
can't do
Always
that.
muted.
Do you have
Daniel.
the morals, or is that not?
Nice.
I do.
I mean, I know you
do.
don't, but like,
Yeah, just to be clear to the retards, the sub IQ motherfuckers.
Going to kill me,
Yeah.
Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to
Crazy
have
back
to
and
come
forth.
down here.
That's
not
the point.
okay, even though
I don't fall.
Just
I
for the
But
Kick
Floyd
on
made a
these.
very
Where is
specific
it?
claim, and he loaded his
Where is
argument
it?
on
Why don't
this
you
claim.
think Swatting
And
should
my
be
argument
allowed? Okay, here we
was,
go.
I got people physically hurt.
you think it's all like
Classic. All right, let me see.
Or at least, like,
Emote. What are the emote
bad,
websites we were looking at
Okay, if
before?
you
I
post
don't remember what
someone's
they were
address, you
called.
know
What up,
there's a
Sweet Joe?
chance they'll get swatted.
The only thing I said that
Can
was
you
actually for
draw
sure 100% bad was asking
draw
if
a direct
Christmas came
line
early.
from this
In
person?
reference to what?
Okay, sorry.
Milo
Maybe-
Yiannopoulos-
let me
There was a cool person on this debate earlier with a profile picture of one of the Duras sisters from TNG, and she was so base. I miss her already. Oh, I think I saw people freaking out about TNG, but at that point I had already muted the stream on my end because I was setting
There's
up.
a chance that someone is going to use their address and cause
The
them harm.
Duras
Okay, do you think we should be
sisters.
able to use any sort of physical
No, I don't think
altercation
doxing
to
is
stop
okay.
Those
them
girls
from
could bite me
infringing-
any day.
But you
I'll
made a
get over
specific
that.
claim that you're
To stop
weaseling
someone-
The
out of.
boobas.
I'm not weaseling, I'm gonna show you, but I'm waiting.
True.
Well, no, because it seems like even in the hypothetical of yes, this person might.
Let's
cause
just say
imminent
the
death to you by
Klingons
swatting you, and he
aren't
knows that his
scared
audience
of
will do
showing
this.
a little
Well,
cleavage.
I don't think you should use
She has a
violence
perfect
to
question to
stop
Wit.
causing people to
Honestly,
go
I
to
go
your
back to
house,
that part and
swat
listen.
you or any of this stuff
Well,
because
like, when
he
was
knows
that?
it's gonna happen, and
I would
he
have to
doesn't
know.
for
It's
sure.
pretty
He's just posting
long
it 'cause
VOD.
He wants to scare them, right?
You
Like,
said
is
that-
it not okay?
You said that Milo
Oh.
Yiannopoulos
There goes a
doxed
Casper.
Everything I just said,
people
please.
and got them hurt. Show me where that happened. That's all I'm asking.
I'm going to do that. But
Then
I'm
just
asking
do that.
you. But it doesn't matter if when I show you. You're
Back
just
to
gonna
chat
hold
where
the
I
principle
belong.
that I'm
I will
establishing
hold
right
to the
now.
principle. If
You
they
don't
got
haven't
hurt,
said your principle. You said it doesn't.
You
if they
belong in
do
the
that,
kitchen.
you
I'm
might
asking
be
you.
Oh.
Yes or no. It's a binary thing. Did it happen?
Sorry.
or
Why
did
do I
it
show
not?
you the
You,
evidence
I,
if you won't
I
even
couldn't
consider
help
the
it.
hypothetical?
I'm conceding. If they got hurt, I will concede the argument.
Oh boy, here we
Show
go.
me where they got hurt. Someone for doxing you or attempting to dox you.
Hi,
I'm
hi,
bet-
Casper.
Oh, it's okay.
And
It
food
depends on
preservation.
we need
What?
Context. Doxing
Okay,
how?
the
Science.
context is.
Dox you
I
by
do belong in the
releasing
kitchen.
your face if
Oh.
you were vegan.
Because I'm better.
That's
No,
doxing.
they're-
That
here's
would
your-
have been
here's
fun
their full
if
Releasing your
name
home
and
you were
address
mad
and-
and came to
Here's
yell
their
at
full
me.
name and address.
Sure.
Yeah. You should be
Yes,
able to
I'm
commit
taking
violence
him.
against someone.
620.
Because I'm better at you.
Specifically Perkins
At all
Coy,
of it.
You're
so
better
without
at
preservation,
me?
being-
Food
I'm gonna comment
science,
until I have more
nutrition,
information I can give
and
you an
cooking.
informed opinion
I'm
on
and
it.
sorry.
baking. I'm better
Have
at
you-
all
But
those
that's
things
called
than
having
you.
res-
Have you not seen the food I've been making?
I
and
don't put
posting lately?
raisins in my empanadas. Thank you
I
very
wasn't
much.
even make.
Goodbye.
You are so wrong about that. Holy shit. You don't even know. The people that I served those to, there was like 20, 30 empanadas. They were gone in like 5 minutes. Okay, you have no clue.
Restraint and not just popping off and sounding off on every single thing under the sun.
And I appreciate your words.
Thank
Appreciate it. Let's bring in.
Bro, you're okay. You're talking about my mic. Nobody heard what you just said. Then
You're live.
What's
what do you
up?
got?
would you recommend raisins in your
Yeah.
enchiladas? No, probably not.
How do you think we solve this problem? Like the
Hello, hello.
You know what, Daniel? Fuck you. What up?
like dealing with
What up,
like,
Llama?
Republican-
Oh no, you're good.
The
I
leftist
was.
has to stand on
just
principle more and not be afraid to let
unmuted
the
everything,
right
so
mind focus
I
so much on narratives. And
coming
especially
back.
Oh, that's amazing.
what's
Thank
happening
you
because they
for
never act
pinning
or operate in good faith on it.
his typo.
But I mean, I think nuisance being a good example there. Hopefully, we get more of that. Yeah.
True. Kevin, that's pretty cool.
Jeez.
Anybody would eat anything if they were starving. Yeah, there was a lot of food there. I wasn't the only one who made food,
No,
but
it's
mine was
okay.
gone before everybody
good?
else's.
Got him.
Bye bye.
Annihilated.
Oh, here we go.
Right here?
Wick, really quickly. I have my like ultra libbed out Donald Syndrome dad on speakerphone right now. Can we ask him, since we also asked the MAGA retards, the question as to whether or not he'd be deterred at all from the Democratic Party? Are you okay with that?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Dad, say something. Can you guys hear this?
Soy pills, Dad. Hello.
Can you guys hear him?
Hi. Sorry, I was deafened.
Hold on,
No,
just real quick. Just real quick.
Talking. All right, Dad. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to denounce left-wing terrorists because they were trying to,
You have to get past this part before a question.
De-escalating, would that make you sway or deter your vote at all with the Democratic Party?
Oh, you mean no?
It's not Paris. Okay.
Good comment.
I mean, yeah, my mom is also, very liberal and also pulls no stops. I wouldn't be surprised if the stream got, like, put down if we did parents.
You'll try it, and you'll like it.
Yeah, my dad says some pretty.
Although, if you already have a predisposition against raisins,
the
it's
concept of TOS.
that's a thing.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
happens to the best of us.
Go ahead, Katya.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, it seems like individuals are okay voting for people that they admit will not turn down the rhetoric, like, no matter what. But then they say they don't want the consequences of the rhetoric not being toned down. Like, either you're being dishonest or, like, what? We're just pretending that it won't happen, or we think it won't and we're willing to hedge our bets. What are we doing?
Fair enough.
So can you?
I was saying fair enough to Casper.
Right, so,
to her question.
Right, okay. So basically, you're okay voting for Donald Trump. Right? You voted for him 3 times. You did.
Van Kirk getting bricked up over there in chat.
And in this debate, you said multiple times, yeah, I know that they're not turning the rhetoric down. I know they're not going to turn it down.
An enchilada the restaurant decided to make with queso once, never again.
Don't want it to escalate
with cheese
further, which is why you're.
Don't enchiladas have cheese on them?
Disavow, or they shouldn't, meet them where they are or whatever.
But I guess where I would disagree then though is, and it's a meme at this point, but it's whether we're taken literally or seriously. And when I see these calls to war, calls to it's time to fight, and I just don't see the resulting outcome you would expect to see. Versus
that thing that Americans call queso without knowing that queso just means cheese.
Everyone needs to get together. It's about
God, I fucking hate that.
And then to get hit back with, well, it's all a problem on the right. When the very first question I asked and that I was curious about is when we get unhinged, insane lefties that do stuff. The whole debate we were just having a month ago was whether or not the liberals, the mainstream left, needs to jettison the far left. And now the far left folks act out, as folks on the far right act out. Extremism is a problem for both sides. But now it's like,
right, but they expect us to disavow for both, right? Like, they don't draw that distinction at all, and we kind of get fucked for it, like, even in kind of very, like, milquetoast liberal circles. So, I mean, I just feel like I don't know where you go for this. It feels like a lot of people, like, I understand if you follow people who are, the rational ones or whatever, but I mean, if the president is not, and the people in power are not, and the people who are controlling me are not, then it seems like we're in a situation where people want the Dems to be this release valve.
You have a gun?
Just, like, take it and take it forever. Yes.
What a question.
Get more, if that's your stance. Get more, and I want
well,
to
I'm
see
pro
you
Second Amendment.
first
Come
in
on.
the stack.
What,
First in the stack, okay?
Oh my gosh.
First in the stack.
Yeah, well,
okay.
I mean, at least I'm not saying that, basically Democrats have to forever kind of make sure that they're this fail-safe for the rhetoric, because this is where, like, this leads.
Ensure that we never go to a civil war. I think that's a very ice-cold take.
Wait, so was it the North's fault? Wait, could the North have de-escalated?
The propeller beanie, that's soy
pill. The North is equally culpable for the civil war as the South, Wick.
I don't think that they're equally culpable.
How did they fail then? How did they fail? Why didn't they?
Yeah, enchiladas can have melted cheese on top though, but not like the fucking fake liquid cheese that people call queso or queso.
Was not done. That could have happened.
Well, fuck me. My bad.
Gringos.
Instead of the Emancipation Proclamation.
Right.
But
queso,
like,
exactly.
There's going to be something, but people, I guess we only have concepts of a plan. How this de-escalation would look like. They're not going to de-escalate. They're just going to say, oh, the left did it, the left did it forever, until, I mean, like, people are like, oh, when's the shooting going to start?
They're going to lose the election if they do it and we don't. But if we both do it, they'll win the election. That's the difference.
Oh, I like this one too.
We should go.
If you don't like America,
that's our country. Good. Yes, I'm ready. I want to be MAGA. It's so much easier.
Get
out. And everything. I'm fucking ready.
Win win.
No, I will win because I'll just become MAGA, and then I'll get along with my parents better, and apparently my son too. So
Earlier in Destiny's chat, I was saying to Nick Starman, freedom costs a $1.05.
If it's an unfair election, then how the fuck are we gonna get to that point? Because, like, I mean, that's a big chance if we keep escalating.
If they are messing with the votes and closing polling places, my position changes. But we aren't there.
Okay, I'm going back to the
They
line.
already tried to rig an actual
Oh, wait.
election.
Nope,
They
nope.
literally tried to actually rig the fucking election.
You don't know that reference? Casper?
January 6th, they tried.
You don't
but
know?
they failed
Freedom costs a
the election. They tried to
$1.05.
overthrow the election.
You don't know
which is a
that one?
different thing.
Okay,
No
hang
one
on,
was
let me
stopped
find
Just to
it.
be
from
clear,
voting.
Wick has literally the Ben Shapiro talking points implanted in his brain. The guardrails held. That's what he just gave you. It's insane to me. I feel like I'm crazy.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Am I incorrect?
No, you're right. The guardrails held. You're right. You're 100% correct.
But, like, what's gonna happen?
With the hot.
Correct.
So
We don't have to replace the guardrails.
I don't know how much
We
of this I can
literally crashed
play.
through them and hurled off the fuck.
Before it, like, copyrights me. The hell? Oh, right here. What? What would you do if you were asked to give up your dreams for freedom?
You were asked to give up your dreams for freedom.
Queso.
So good. Llama, I better go follow Llama if you have not done so already. As I said in Tiny's chat, Wick on the way to the wall. Dang it, folks, we didn't win this time. I at least brought the temperature down. Hold your heads high.
What would you
do
if asked to
make the ultimate sacrifice?
Would you think about all them people who gave up everything they had? Would you think?
This makes me uncomfy. Have you never seen this movie? Wait a minute. Casper. What? Casper? Chat, please let her know. Let her know.
About all them war vets, and would you start to feel bad?
The puppets fucking is... Oh no, him disguised as a Muslim was so fucking funny too. God, this whole movie is just so hilarious. Freedom isn't free. No, it costs a hefty fucking fee.
Freedom isn't free. It costs folks
Like you and me.
And if we don't all chip in, we'll never pay that bill.
Right. Freedom isn't free.
No, there's a
Hefty fucking fee. Matt Damon. So I saw an interview where they were asking him like what people come up to him the most about, or like what they quote the most from his movie, and he was like, there's two things. People either come up to me and they go, how about them apples, or they come up to me and they go, Matt Damon. We're just fucking perfect, dude. I love that.
Don't throw in your
Bucko 5, you will. Freedom costs a bucko. Classic.
By replacing the guardrails, I mean...
Yeah,
disavow
Casper, you
political
gotta get on that.
assassinations.
You gotta watch
That's what
Team
I mean.
America.
Disavow political assassinations. I think
It's a movie.
That's not just what this is about.
Team
The
America,
problem is that
World
when we get to this
Police.
point, I feel like
Watch
you're,
it,
you know, you and
please.
people who have this
Do
opinion
yourself a
are
favor. It's
basically,
from the
you know,
guys who
the
made
last
South Park.
Helicopter out of Vietnam is going to be leaving, and you're going to be looking up at it like, damn, I should have been in there. Like, at that point, what do you do?
Hold on. If you are not disavowing political assassination...
What do you mean,
you are
oh, then
disavowing
absolutely
the
not?
right. You are helping them win elections.
Right, but that's not just what this is about. Like, we're not.
That's a piece of, like, pop culture history.
We're gonna, meet them where they are with Frederick. Like, we're gonna.
This
say
is
as
in
much
South
as
Park.
They are, but apparently, I guess.
It's like considered to be like one of the most prescient political commentaries of the 2000s.
What's happening is a group of people are showing up to dinner without putting on deodorant, and you're saying you guys are kind of stinky. Nobody's going to want to eat with you if you guys don't put deodorant on before coming. Meanwhile, the other half of the table shits themselves and wears the same pair of fucking
Idiocracy?
dookie-filled
No,
diapers
I mean
for 2
Idiocracy
days
is
and
as
then
well.
shows up with their shit-filled things going.
But so is
"Yeah,
Team America World Police.
I don't know why you guys just won't put
This
on
is
some fucking deos."
this soundbite is also from Team America.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, when Donald Trump said,
I know my
Proud Boys,
country.
stand back, stand by, like, this
Mhm.
is pretty much an endorsement of terrorism. Do you think we should meet him there and that we should actually
Shut the
say
fuck up. I'm
those
not gonna
things?
fed post with you. I'm
No.
not fed posting with you.
No,
This is
I'm
the
not,
story
I'm
of
not
fucking- I
telling
already
you
said
to
what
say
you said.
that. I'm saying
Yeah.
you shouldn't do that.
Eliza.
And, I was
That's
trying
where
to
the
say
America
is,
fuck yeah
obviously,
thing
you
comes
say,
from.
hey,
Team
we
America.
condemn this violence
I don't need you to get me to say.
It's
Why are you
there.
repeating what I already said to say? That's what I would
Because I
say.
think
Just
you
tell
don't
people we don't
understand my
disavow.
understanding of it.
We just don't disavow anything until Trump does. Make him disavow first. I don't say you have to
Right,
support
because-
anything. I didn't say you have to be
All
like.
right,
oh,
we're going live. We're going to the live part.
The university should not allow for harassment of their students on their campus. Like that's
Oh, we're
that
talking
is
about
illegal.
this now.
Yeah,
That is
and that could
targeted
violate it.
harassment of students.
Don't say
And that
okay
could
to that.
violate
She's
it.
only saying that because of the Jew thing and the Israel thing.
That
What are
can-
you talking about? I'm
could
saying
violate
it's
the
bad to
Columbia-
dox people and put up pictures of them on the auditorium.
I mean, he's not wrong.
and put their name
She
and
is
address
right,
out there. What does that
but
have to do with Israel?
he's not wrong about
You should
life.
be able to use violence to stop them from doing it.
Are we going to talk about what's on the bullet? Sure.
University fails to protect you.
You can use violence to stop a legal process.
We can
from
talk about
upholding,
that.
The
Do we
enforcement
still
of
want to
the
watch
Constitution.
this, or are we?
You can.
Are we
okay,
over
You're
this?
asking a legal question, and now you don't want me to
No,
hear my
I know
answer on it
legally,
because
Yeah, we will.
You know, legally undocumented people should be deported because they're undocumented. That's how it works. Yeah, but I don't agree with this morally. I'm asking Tolly if you think that someone's going to come in and say, "Hey, I'm going to post your name and face so that ICE comes and rounds you up." Would you think you should be able to like resist that in any way, shape, or form? Not saying murder. I'm not saying do any crazy violent protest. Just hey, I'm
Stab
going
him
to
through the hand.
physically resist you even.
Well, you're gonna have to be more
Guys,
specific.
fuck,
You're
because he's
saying
much
not
uglier
violent.
than
Milo,
Luigi.
you're
He's not getting
you're
fan
not
girls or
making me
fan
more
gays,
specific.
that's for
I'm
sure.
gonna come into your campus as soon as I get into the room with projector. I'm going to put
I mean,
Jose Gonzalez's face on the fucking
that's
wall.
probably a
Sorry,
good
off
thing.
hand, by the way, now he's gonna get rounded up by ICE, Jose Gonzalez, and I'm gonna put his name on the fucking wall. Go find this student and get him deported, which I would call a violent action, even if it's legal because he's undocumented. And they say, you know what? No, we are because the university is not going to protect us. We are going to form a human fucking shield and not allow him to get into the projector room. Would you be okay with that?
What?
Sure, standing.
The
in
other
a-
serial
in a human
killer,
shield
the
to
one
prevent someone who is already
who escaped prison a couple
explicitly,
times.
Wait,
claim that
what?
they are going to
What
go in
dude?
and
Oh,
dox
Ted
private
Bundy?
information of students.
Yeah, like
students should-
like
exactly-
Ted Bundy, like the
exactly what I was
actual
going to
Ted
say. So,
Bundy.
for example, if at a university
Yeah.
near me,
Guy was-
they already announced they were planning to go in and.
I guess he
dox
wasn't like
information so that
ugly,
people
but he
would
wasn't
harass
like
them.
a
No,
super
I would
good-looking
not
guy,
try to
you know.
attack the person
I
who's
mean,
doing that.
Zac
I would-
Efron was
I
pretty
would
good
hope
looking
that
when
I
he
could
played him.
see
Doesn't look so
around
good
That is
anymore though.
correct.
So yes,
Sure, okay,
all standing
okay.
together.
Have you
as
seen him
one
lately?
trying
Because-
to prevent this
right.
person from speaking.
He looks
And by
very
the way, I don't think that
aged.
could happen for someone like
Not
Charlie
just
Brown or Mike
aged, he
Shearer or
looks
whatever
like
they use university.
Wait,
a
wait, are we
fucking
shitting on Zac
hot
Efron?
dog.
Don't do that.
Have you not seen what he looks like?
Didn't he play in that wrestler movie?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
he
don't
gained
know.
He thickened up for the wrestling movie. He
Maybe
broke
we'll
his
get a picture
jaw,
of this
and he had to get plastic
2025.
surgery.
Oh, that's what it
What if all the
was.
kids
But
think,
like,
whether or not this is a bad thing, I think any of them thinking that would be totally fine. And I, would
I
go further as to
mean,
say, if that's not
I
gonna work,
feel
and
like-
they
He doesn't
take
look
that up using
terrible.
movies,
it's
I would
just
support
weird.
something
His
so far
lips
as,
look
I
like
think someone
CGI.
should, you know, do something to Milo Yiannopoulos' hand before he can turn the projector on. And I don't think it's
He doesn't look like a real human. I will give you that.
Yeah, he
Hold on,
looks
if
a
I go-
little
if I go
off.
squat
I
on
mean,
my
I
street,
feel
yeah,
bad for him, I
if
guess, if that's why.
I'm
But
squatting in my neighbor's house and the police come to kick
Yeah,
me
he
out.
has got
I can
lip
just stab
filler.
the
yeah, it
Shouldn't
looks like
have.
he got
yeah,
plastic
exactly
surgery
now
for
what
sure.
I was saying.
Yeah,
Little
completely.
brother
It's a
sucked
legal
out his
process
life
that
force.
is being enforced. You may not like the
Jeez.
method of enforcement. I don't
He
like
looks
it very
like
much.
Rob
Yeah, so
Lowe.
still
It's
coming
a-
in and
it's a
kicking you
legal
out of your
process.
own
He looks
house
like
versus
Rob
students through
Lowe?
the university, through the university
Yeah, and I have
somebody
a
else.
serious hardcore crush
Rob
on Rob
Lowe?
Lowe.
It's
So
not
I don't
your
think he
house,
looks
right?
like
Okay.
Rob
Not in your
Lowe.
house. Someone else is in your house. Like
Well, in
He
the
looks
picture
like-
that I'm
like
looking
stealing
at,
your fucking property versus someone
looks like
attending
Rob
university
Lowe. I don't
totally
know what
normal
picture
and
you guys are
existing
looking at.
in America
I'm
as an
looking at the
undocumented
Google
person, not in a
image
way that is, like,
results.
oh well, yeah, you're
Hold
looking
on,
at
do you
the
think if
worst
ICE is
version
coming
of
to
20.
deport
Okay,
that,
that's
that
a
fucking
that's a real
photo.
photo
Look
of
at a
him.
different
That's not.
photo.
those people?
Yeah, this is
Look at a
him.
different photo.
Yeah, this is him
No,
now.
look at a better photo of him.
Is the Helen Hunt is the craziest
I
aging?
would hope
No.
that they would.
Don't look at
Yes,
that
I
weird
guess.
Facebook photo. that has him like orange and shit.
Look, he looks a little different. I mean, I guess some of these are better than others, but
At least look at the one from the Daily Mail where he's not orange, and then compare.
And actively resisting a government agent from performing dangerous.
I mean, look at this guy.
The feds. Should they post up against the feds? Make him answer it.
See, that's a good-looking man right there.
I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna say this legitimately. This is not me because I don't want a Fed post. I think if the
besides
down there, okay. So the one that you were hitting on right there, the before and after. Look at the one to the bottom left of it. Look at that one and look at Rob Lowe. They look similar.
Cut off a major amount of funding.
I guess a little bit.
Depending on how he wants to do it. No, I think that is more of a risk to the rest of the students than the students themselves resisting.
Okay, I will be right back. I have to take a quick break to restart my computer.
Sure. See you back in a second.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Anyway. There's a video of John Stamos doing one of those drummer tries a song they haven't heard before videos on YouTube, and he's still so fine. I think John Stamos is going to look amazing for his entire life. That man just is fucking gorgeous.
On Wednesday, we're having a show on our Democrats too soft on crime, and then on
Are they finishing up? Daniel, Casper, you guys know what to do.
I won't be moderating, I'll be participating, and that should be fun. Okay, with
I'm
that,
glad. I think we should all clap also for Stitch and Adam, our brave centrist.
I'll have
but
before and
definitely are
after.
Politically not partisan and just.
Oh, she lost her lips.
Position on fucking everything. That's amazing.
okay. I like actually Stitch and Adam.
Full House
I like
couple,
these
such a
guys.
beautiful couple.
like 'em
Uncle
too.
Jesse,
I really like laughing at 'em.
Becky, yeah.
Okay.
They're both
Me too.
disgusting, subhuman.
We
fucks,
might have
but-
Drew. We might have Drew Pavlo on Tuesday.
Yeah,
Wick.
that might be fun too.
He agreed to come on. We're just waiting to confirm the date, so that
Okay,
might be
Tuesday
on
we might have Drew Pavlo, and I can ask him why he decided to switch parties because of all this shit. That should be fun. Okay, with that, I'll see you guys later. Wait, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Be careful.
Bye.
Bye.
Well. He looks like he has PTSD.
I feel like we just did a huge rehash of the remember a long time ago the "it's not that bad" thing. It's just not. They just don't think any of it's that bad.
Huh.
Charlie Kirk's wife also said some wild
Yo.
stuff, apparently.
We good here soon?
You good? All right. Well,
Erica Kirk refers in plural to the evil.
that's about it for that. All right. Do we want to start talking about this dude?
The dude.
So you said you were going to do some research, right?
Sure did.
Tell me, what did you learn?
Let me pull up the windowed full screen. Okay, close settings. Oh shit, I gotta play it.
All right. I think I've figured out what the problem here was in this game, so hopefully it'll work without crashing my fucking graphics card this time.
Feel that? I feel that.
Yep.
Valorant. Yeah, shoot, let me just pull up the stuff I got sent that I looked into. So,
yeah.
Gosh darn it. Okay, the independent, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Nope. So I have to do the other thing. I have to play different file for a second and then relaunch it. God, it's so annoying.
22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Sure you already knew.
Yeah.
Probably already knew that?
Yep.
Okay. He actually had attended Utah Valley University, but had dropped out his first year.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
it has
I
been
saw
confirmed. Oh, so you know about like the confirmation of him being active on alt-right
Yes.
social media?
Wait,
okay.
alt-right social media?
Yes. In particular, Groyper adjacent stuff.
No way.
From what
Can
I've
you
seen.
Give me some shit to look at.
Yeah, I got you. Give me a second.
Bruh, Mark Wahlberg was literally charged with a hate crime in the 80s. Well, he shouldn't have done that. Marky Mark.
And right now it's
fucking up.
hard because a lot of this stuff is. A lot of it
Oh,
is. Oh,
guys, Tiny's wrapping up. Do the thing. Or I guess he's
Yes,
doing
bring 'em.
connections. Gotta not look, or Casper's gonna accuse me of cheating.
Connections?
Yeah. The dailies that he does.
What are those?
Like, you know how I do my little puzzles?
Oh, I did
Yeah,
not.
he does puzzles too. I do puzzles once a stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Connections and time
Okay,
guesser.
I'll get
and
that all
maybe
to you in
picks.
just a sec, but continue with what you're doing. To what you're saying, my bad.
Well, because I'm just trying to load it right now. Have you seen him in those Calvin Klein undie ads in the 90s? And it's a race.
Calvin Klein undies.
To bow out of the NYT one recently without getting a single one. Alright, finished. Connections. Casper, do the thing. Shout me out. That does work. I just have to load the other game first. And Daniel, too. Shout me out. Don't be a dick. Yeah. Finally. I didn't watch Connections. Yeah, blue collared. Yes. What a bro. Fucking bro. Okay. Whoa, what are you looking for? What do you got? What do you got for me?
Okay, we got the Okay, first
I
one is
need
hits
the
times.
intelligence. I need it all.
Do you want me
What
to
a
put it in
blue
the
collar.
stream?
Yeah, you can either throw it in chat or in topics for stream, whichever you like.
Topics for stream. We'll just throw it there.
Okay.
It's the first one that Oh, ad blocker. Really? Do I need to go on Brave?
What's going on, blue collared? What up, Cryptic? Oh, thank you for the shout out. Oh, Daniel. Okay. Tyler Robinson, a groiper. Hindustan
There
Times.
hasn't been any official statements, but
Yeah. How's this for a source? Okay. Let's see. Robinson become more political in recent years. Family member said he had recently allegedly criticized Kirk in a conversation. Oh. That's not the one. Yo, what up, go? Good to see ya. Alright. Arrested for aggravated murder and other charges. No criminal history as per state records, Reuters accessed. However, Internet Buzz Online is claiming that Robinson is a groiper. Oh, jeez. Okay, these claims are from unverified social media accounts. Do we have anything?
as of right now, that is correct.
Yeah. It's 100% confirmed he has a weak jawline. That's like 75% of the way to a groiper. Good point, Van Kirk. I didn't even consider that.
See?
I didn't even consider that. He's 100% right. Groiper, fucking confirmed, dog. Yo, thank you for the follow, fake robot. Appreciate you. Soiper. All right, but like, what have you found that's like, you know, kind of solid?
I think the most solid thing I found was like just seeing the photos with him doing the Pepe memes, and then I don't know. There was another one I saw, but I want to find the source. I don't want to just say it.
Well, hang on, give me a second. Daniel, you really didn't need to send me that for me to know that the article that says social media accounts as a source was not a super reliable source, but I appreciate that
Of course.
either way. Another white Christian conservative shooter, but Nancy Mace told me the shooter was going to be trans. God, I fucking hate her. We still don't really know, right? Like, we still don't know his whole story. What up, Barcode?
True.
That Adidas one was good. Listening to the FBI readout, if you read this, you're gay, LMAO, was fucking peak, not gonna lie, true.
Bella Ciao was pretty
The Utah governor was willing to confirm it. Yeah, I've heard about all the things that were on the gun, yeah. And the casing that he shot.
And his dad was a youth pastor, or his dad convinced him to speak to his youth pastor. So, like, definitely deeply religious. God, I'm trying to find I saw something in particular, and it might have been just like a speculative thing.
So
but
religious, he was bottoming out. Numb. Okay. At the very least, we can assume the shooter isn't trans. It's not a Democrat. It's not a liberal. I don't... yeah, not like a center-left or even center-right. He's obviously some sort of extremist. It sounds like he could either be like Antifa or like a far-righty, but I don't really know. Based on the stuff he wrote on the gun, I'm pretty sure he's on some level of extremism. But he's not party affiliated, and he did not vote in either of the last 2 elections. He's an extremist moderate. True.
Extremist moderates.
True, brother.
Crazy.
True. Oh, Super Cruise aerofoil. Dope. He was terminally online for sure. That appears to have been the case. He's obviously a stupid kid radicalized by the internet enough to think it makes sense not to vote, but to make HD2 memes as he performs political violence. Yeah, I mean, like, in a lot of these times when this shit happens, especially lately, my initial thought is, like, everybody's going to be waiting to, like, point the finger at everybody else. But the thing I've been seeing the most is that these are just fucking unhinged fucking people. Like, I don't know how politically affiliated their motivations necessarily are in a lot of these cases. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. I'm just getting a lot of vibes of just, like, fucking unhinged people. I refuse to believe Antifa is a factor in any way, shape, or form. I would believe Groiper before I assume the guy is a leftist. I don't know. It depends. It really just depends. Keep in mind, if he lived at home...
he could still be on the left.
Yeah, he could. Keep in mind, if he lived at home, he's not necessarily religious. Some go to church for community or because their family lets them stay at home if they do. Yeah, I didn't seem to get the impression that he was like a particularly religious person, but I don't really know at this point. Lump any leftist into the collective that is Antifa. The reason why I could see Antifa specifically is because, you know, he had language about Charlie Kirk being a fascist, and the Bella Ciao thing is an Italian anti-fascist song. We're starting to see terror from people whose actions have no actual policy content. I think there is some of that, and that is pretty fucking scary. Just like Joker types. And the problem is the unhinged few and every other liberal are bunched up into a term that's thrown around a lot, and that term is they. Yeah, but this is why it's so important for us to separate ourselves from the extra fucking crazies. This is why we really need to fucking expel the extreme left from our party. Let them fuck around in in a third party. Proud Boy's got one. I'm just working off what I can see in the family photos. His grandma came out and said the whole family is MAGA conservatives. Yeah, but you don't know, like... You don't know.
I mean, my entire family is like MAGA conservatives.
Yeah, you never know. He lived in a small town in Utah. I'm betting probably Mormon. What's this barcode?
Ew.
Does this really tell us much? Because he's doing the squatting Pepe in the tracksuit? I guess maybe.
Yeah, I think it shows a little something, but he could have been
Yeah.
edgy. I'm pretty sure a video exists.
Yeah,
of me
like you
when
just
I was,
don't.
like,
Yeah, you just don't fucking know anymore. Like
Yeah.
everybody could be doing everything like double ironically at this point. Who knows?
I unironically when I was 15 have a video of me sig hailing. I think that is forever been removed from the internet. It
Just
wasn't on
like-
the internet. It was on someone's camera roll.
Just like my picture of me standing at Trotsky's grave in Mexico.
Yeah, just wild unhinged shit when you're younger.
Yeah, exactly.
It just happens. I mean, it's just you can't forever hold yourself to you can't hold yourself to the standard that you're at now. Your past self.
Right.
Especially
Yeah, but
if you made
Barcode, like, he's a
intentional
memer.
steps
Do
to
we
improve.
know if he's being, like, ironic or not, I guess, is the question. I'm just, like, I don't know. It's, like, hard to say at this point. Like, yeah, I could be, but, like, you also might not. I don't
It's not
fucking
having
know.
a life.
Jordan was a tanky confirmed. I was, at one point. I ain't hiding it. I was a far lefty. But it was back in a time where we weren't fucking violent and crazy. You steal your character's design from Buzz Lightyear? Yes. Okay, we need to get to that third rendezvous. That's true, blue collared. Although most of the time it does. In any case, these conservatives need to start policing their own. This white-on-white violence is getting out of hand. Also very annoying. They try to blame guns at first when it's pretty clear the shooter is not a liberal. We had someone randomly coming into my chat. You remember, Daniel, at the very end of the night? The last time? But aren't some of these lefties you want to separate from the same young people who shouldn't be held to their youthful positions? Yes. Yes. But, like, eventually they'll have to figure it out as part of a different party. China's gender imbalance even more serious. Yeah, it really is. I agree with Sleepy. It is not clear. I mean, you can sort of interpret these bits and pieces in certain directions, but it's not clear. And, like, again, as I kind of always say with a lot of these situations, even when it's like a right-winger who does it, it doesn't fucking matter because the rhetoric needs to be brought down. And someone's gonna be like, "Oh, you both sides again." The rhetoric needs to be brought down from everybody. Yeah, we can argue about who does it worse, and I'll probably agree that, like, Republicans don't take as much accountability for the way that they do it. But, like, at some point, it has to be less about, well, you know, oh, well, you do it, but we don't do it, and we just, like, fucking actually do something to tamp the rhetoric down, because at this point, there's just gonna be more violence. What up, Cosmic?
I mean, there's a representative on the Republican side that tweeted out, Jamie D. Allard from Alaska. I believe 10 September 2025 will go down in history as part of a civil war. And then a photo of Charlie Kirk.
See,
like, that's fucked.
That is fucking crazy to
representative.
me. Is it's like, you know, there is a lot of people on the right now who are constantly like, oh, the left is violence this, the left is violence that. But then they're also spending all this time going, oh, this is at civil war time. You guys are starting a war, blah, 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 blah. Which is very frustrating. And then I'm also going to scream at any far leftists who are like, oh, it's great. I'm so glad he's fucking dead. Let him rot in hell. Fuck those people. Thomas Massey had a good statement. What did he say, Cosmic? I'm very brave. Thank you. Accountability starts from the top. Let's be real. Trump is the biggest source of political violence in America. He's constantly inciting violence. Let's do his recent statements. He's not turning down the temperature. Yeah, I mean, if you want me to say I think Trump should tone down his violent rhetoric, Obviously, of course. I don't think a single person on the left could make even a marginal impact on the temperature of political discourse, and one person on the right could instantly bring it down at least 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right about that, but like, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't also be putting pressure on the people on the left who are spreading violent rhetoric. Because we, like when I talk to my own Republican friends, for example, and I share, hey, like most of us don't think the way that those violent far lefties do. Most of us don't agree with any of that kind of shit. They're like, well, yeah, but I don't see it. And so I think it does make an impact, and it does change things when you're seeing a lot more people like push back on that rhetoric, even though it's just fucking retards online. I think it does make a difference. It's weird as much as people say his death isn't that big of a deal. It is. I can't imagine saying anyone's death would completely and totally override September 11th and push it totally out of the news cycle. Yeah, true. I think even saying that first thing to your Republican buddies is meaningless because they would never think about that reciprocally. Actually, no. When something bad has happened and like Democrats or Californians have died, my friends who are Republican have always been very respectful. To me, at least. I don't know about what they're doing online, but they've always been very respectful to me. Okay, let's see. Didn't the governor of Utah also make like a really good statement as well? Yeah. Although Massey already kind of fucking hates Trump. Okay. I don't think anything that... Look, with all due respect, Van Kirk, if they're Trump supporters, if they're right-wingers, they're going to vote Trump. That doesn't mean they can't still be respectful to me as a person or to people who are dead and not have violent rhetoric, right? That link is cancer. There's dropping off point between those of us who grew up using in real life conversation and those who only interacted online. Informers a lot easier to reach. True. Utah governor. Okay. There's a lot of rhetoric. The president himself engages in it. He called a hostile act to co-sponsor the Epstein resolution. I think it's ridiculous rhetoric. True. It's amusing. It doesn't offend me that he's over the top of the rhetoric, but some people take it literally. He should probably tone that down himself. Good. Massey was not MAGA. Yeah. The worst Republican congressman and almost guaranteed no vote each and every time is an embarrassment to Kentucky. Jeez. Well, emotions are raw because a lot of us knew Charlie Kirk personally and had interacted with him, and so I give everybody a pass here. Things when somebody passes is very emotional. I don't think you can blame anybody for what they say in the next 24 to 48 hours, but I think it'll settle down. Hopefully it settles down to a calmer place than it was before. This is exactly what I was saying to my friend the other day, too. Is like, look, everybody needs to fucking take a breath, take like a week or two to like chill, because everybody's going to be saying really fucked up shit right now. They need like some time to let it settle. People are still in shock. Biggest thing to point out to your conservative friends, you'll be able to talk to one of them on Monday. MAGA Daniel, Discord Daniel, is going to be here in IRL on my stream to talk with all of you lovely people. All the major Dem politicians came out and condemned the violence. And again, to his credit, Daniel actually reposted all of the Democrat politicians who were posting that as like a sign of appreciation. Meanwhile, look at the GOP politicians. Nancy Mace trying to frame trans people. Yeah, no, I agree. It's bad. And that's a conversation we have to have right now. But I don't think we're going to be able to have it while everybody's still all fucking pissed off. I think we have to just wait a second. Yeah, well, he's my friend, okay? I hear you, Cosmic, but he's my friend. I care about my friends. Are people under the assumption that Trump could have made some sort of statement on TV 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, etc., and suddenly the shooting doesn't happen if hypothetically someone has a beef with Charlie Kirk in his YouTube debates? The fuck is the president going to do about it? I mean, I think maybe not specifically this issue. I think we're just generally talking about like violent rhetoric in the convo. Well, everybody, Van Kirk, everybody kind of thinks that right after shit like this happens. it's going to be fucked up for like a couple weeks, but people are going to calm down and go back to their lives, and eventually this will fade into the background like everything else does. So yeah, I mean, Sleepy, this might not have prevented this particular thing, but I think the idea that the president should be toning down the very aggressive rhetoric against people, I think in general is probably a healthy thing for all of us to do. And we'll go back to normal and not have the convo? Well, I hope not. I hope we'll be able to have these conversations. 740. I'm always down to have these conversations. Okay.
This attack on.
As far as extremism gun nuts, the shooter comes from a family of Trumps. Also, the guy that shot at Trump comes from a family. Trumpers, MAGA, the death cult. You saw these lone wolf assassinations, and Trump is the inspiration for the violence. Again, if you're telling me that I think Trump should tone down the rhetoric, I am not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree. I believe he's a problem. And like I said earlier, when I was talking about the violent rhetoric on the left, I'm not saying that they're equal. I just think that everybody needs to fucking chill the fuck out. It's not that I'm saying this side is the same as any other side. I'm just saying everybody needs to chill the fuck out.
Charlie Kirk here at Utah Valley University. Anna.
Brandy Sadrozny, you are looking into more on what could potentially be the meaning in some of what they've described on these bullet casings. What are you learning?
Well, we're learning that Tyler Robinson speaks in internet speak. And so it's hard to say when someone's speaking in internet speak whether they're being truly that's what they mean or what.
That's what that long underwear will do for you, Cinderella.
Whether they're trolling or whether they're sort of pretending to be something else. So all this with a grain of salt. But the bullet casings, one of the engravings was notice his bulges, what's this? Again, that's an internet joke. It's a meme. It's about, you know, gay, trans people. So that is probably what the Wall Street Journal reporting saying.
Is it?
Saying that they had pro-trans messaging was probably about. And then it said,
yeah, that's what I thought. That was a furry thing.
Hey, fascist, catch. And then it had some up-down arrows. And that is from a video game. It's for an attack that means like total destruction.
Oh my God, who is this woman?
There was another Bella Ciao, which is an anti-fascist anthem. And then if you read this, you are gay.
Yes, that was the brand. That's true. That is exactly right. Go. Oh.
LMAO, which, you know, laughing my off. So again, it's hard to say what it means so far. They said, you know, come to your own conclusions. And I think you kind of can. But for the moment, we just have to be very, very careful. So all that we know, again, Robinson, we haven't found any of his internet profiles. He was on Discord, which again, he's 20-something years old. This is a child of the internet. He's on the internet. He's clearly of the internet, but where he existed on the internet, we just don't know yet.
This is such a cringe.
Mark, your thought on the details there involving the bullet casings, as well as the amount of details that the investigators, actually it was the governor who brought that specific information to us in this press conference, that the fact they've been revealed all of this publicly.
Whoa.
Matt
Walsh, the guy who thought there were like how many millions of trans people in the country and trans kids in the country, said it was a trans message. Why am I not fucking surprised? Until furry Nazi is a pipeline, my brother's in it. It is insane. Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
Other crime cases that oftentimes investigators hold back information because they want to be able to question a suspect about information that only the person who committed the crime would know before putting it out there for the world to see.
I think it's very safe to say investigators have a lot of information. This is what they revealed. But Anna, no doubt, they held back a lot for this case because, as you said, when they sit down and have that conversation with Robinson, if it's not been had already, they want to hold.
That's how you know I have ADHD, because whenever anybody says something that's a lyric from a song, I can't help but sing the lyric from the song.
Some of the cards. They want to keep some surprises that they don't release to the public. They released a lot of...
Or that's the name of a band. Sorry. In this case, it was the name of the band.
Information, But we don't know how much they've held back, especially as you were talking about Discord. And the investigators worked with friends and family. They seemed very willing to speak and to cooperate. They saw that several messages were shared there about a drop point, retrieving a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, wrapping it in a towel. There's a lot of information they gave us, Anna, that they disseminated. But at this point, we don't...
it's exactly what I'm thinking, Van Kirk. We just don't know. What up, Lama?
Yowza.
What part?
Just the... I think that the best conclusion that we can get to is if they dump his internet presence. It's probably
we need to see. We need to find it. We need the internet to fucking do its job. The other shooter ended up being a white conservative. MAGA was ready for civil... Oh, cryptic. That is unfortunate. Civil Watt and blood before today, but now they realize the shooter is one of their own. I don't know if they all realize that. I think I've seen a lot of them online very clearly not realizing that. So the first stuff wasn't ironic, but the fascist stuff is. That was a shit ton of fucking internet lore, history, and meme history knowledge. Yeah, there's just so... You never know when something's steeped in irony or not, especially now that we've had, like, a few shooters where it's like, okay, this person was memeing. Like, we don't know super clearly what their intentions were. Exactly, barcode. Exactly, we don't know. Come on, bro. Why you always do this to me?
Cause gay.
Cause gay. Gay.
Huh.
So gay.
Gosh dang it. Can you run Valorant on your computer?
Can I run what? Valorant?
Yeah.
Probably.
You know, this
yeah,
bad stuff
I was just curious if you could, if you've ever played it.
And
I haven't played it, but I probably could.
For 33 hours.
Heck yeah,
Has
play sometime.
baby
It is
resting shit in
rage-inducing.
my baby resting shit in my pants face.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
What the fuck?
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for.
I mean, kind of a twisted thing to say, but okay.
Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special
We don't
place.
do that here.
We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year.
It was them, right?
But it did happen here.
Huh. That face, poor Cash thought it was a fart, but he got a surprise. He misjudged the fart. This guy's disappointed the shooter wasn't some foreign brown terrorist. I know. Like, what was that? Yeah, no, I know what he's saying. It's just kind of a weird thing to say. Like, I get what he's trying to say. I'm not sitting here like, oh my god, this guy's a piece of shit. But I'm just like, it's a bit of a weird thing to say. Shit was on the Yahoo chat. I know, Cash looks like he turd himself. This shit was on the Yahoo chat boards back in the 90s, so someone has been investing a lot of energy to radicalize the youth for a while. There were people who kept posting that Kirk got assassinated by the Israelis. I know, which is fucking so retarded, because the last person they'd probably want to assassinate is Charlie Kirk. Make it easy on us if it was another. Yeah, exactly. It was an inside job to keep the... Oh, God. Well, yeah, but, like, did we expect anything less than everybody coming out and being like, conspiracy this, conspiracy that? Oh, my God, it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Conspiracy time. I mean, like, that's exactly what you expect. Honestly. Yeah, like, I knew right away. There were people going to be saying, why couldn't it have been a gay libtard from California? From California way. Going down California way to find some internet. Y'all saw that Comedy Central took down the rerun of the Charlie Kirk episode of South Park?
No, pussies.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't like remove the episode entirely. They just decided not to play the rerun. The Israeli assassin's theory is beyond retarded. It just shows where people's minds are at. Wasn't it TYT? No, TYT recently did the Israel did 9/11. That was what they did recently. Did you guys see that? Matt and Trey better nut up this week. Yeah. Conspiracy act. It might have been too late for this week. It might be the next time. Conspiracy actors must be severely limited in their options since they can't do anything that some schmo in his lazy boy won't figure it out. You're right, exactly. Do I have 2 ends? Oh. Let's see. When would this look good? Can we not? Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ace Trash Panda.
What did Trash Panda say?
Oh, just a guy that it's on my team.
Oh. Anna did the Dancing Jews meme, but for real, I saw that. South Park is notorious for their fast turnaround times on their eps. To be fair, yeah, but usually they still need like a week. It's pretty tough for them to do it in a couple days. TYT is basically gripers at this point. I know. Like, even Fuentes has been trying to clean up his act lately, but TYT is going full-blown Jews did 9/11 conspiracy theories. I know, dude. Like, they are fucking... They've lost it. They'll have something pertinent to a current political topic made within days. It's usually their production schedule is a week. If it's supposed to be this week, then I don't know. But if it's next week, then possibly. Because this season, they've had a every 2-week schedule. So, we'll have to see.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh. Wowza.
th and the shooting was the 10th. So it's next week. Oh, it is. Today is fucking... Oh, I'm retarded. Today's fucking Friday. Yeah, they'll have it. Yeah. Daniel said BRB. You didn't say AFK. Oh no. So what else did you find anything else interesting in your searching? Llama? Oh.
I'm sorry?
Did you find anything else interesting in your searches?
Nah, that's about all, unfortunately, as of right now, that I could see.
BRB, AFK, how dare you?
Alright.
No, that wasn't... I was responding to chat. Gripers had a huge beef with Kirk. In their eyes, Kirk was a fake Christian snake oil salesman, like they used to crash the events in person, and Fuentes constantly talked about Kirk working for Israel. Well, that's very interesting. I mean, don't Gripers have issues with, like, pretty much fucking everybody? It is annoying that that hatch opens every time I warp. Feel guilty because I want to see Nick Fuentes get beat up. I don't think it's bad to feel guilty. Don't think you should feel guilty about that. Look at what Fuentes is saying now.
Everybody wants Nick Fuentes to get beat up. I think all sides of the political spectrum.
Is saying now he's completely rewritten history, pretends that like Gripers weren't harassing Kirk, heaping praise on Kirk now that he said, yeah, because he's probably realizing, oh no, if this guy turns out to be a Groiper. Mostly conservatives that they believe aren't extreme enough. Fuentes had 2 Groiper wars, both targeting Kirk. Ooh. Interesting. Where is the space station? Ah, right over here. Oh, dude. It's just so fucking crazy that this happened. And I think what made it so much more crazy, obviously, is that, like, the whole country saw it. Fuentes said his fans Groyper's Kirk events, telling them not to let him continue saying what he was saying unchecked. That wouldn't surprise me. But he's so wimpy and the person won't be satisfied, which runs the risk of them taking it out on some adjacent guy or identity. Closest Fuentes was to getting beat up was when he popularized the "Your Body, My Choice" catchphrase. People were going to his house and shit at that point. I remember. And then he maced somebody for, like, basically no reason. That shit was crazy.
Frickin' Nick.
Yeah, dude's a piece of shit.
Agreed. Frickin' agreed.
Yeah. That guy can play some Minecraft, if you ask me. That guy can play plenty of Minecraft as far as I'm concerned. Oh, call that engine module. Ooh, oh. Wait, what are we? Oh, apply augmentation. What? What? Yeah, the "Your Body, My Choice" thing was fucking crazy. Dude, some of these people were so unhinged right after Trump won. What am I doing?
Oh, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. What a... Yeah, such a demented
Ah,
fucking
what
freak.
a dick. Such a fucking dick, that guy. Okay.
I agree. I am with you.
Indeed.
Indubitably.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, so how do we want to organize these guys, right? Because I need to... Maybe I could hop it on the back here. Okay, we'll figure that out. I think now officially the Minecraft me is going to start getting swapped out for in Helldivers 3. I thought it was Helldivers 2.
Jeez, don't even know their own memeage.
Memeing incorrectly. We've got to meme correctly. I actually don't know what happened with the whole thing. The lady said she's going to sue. Well, I mean, it's been a minute. What's taking her so long? Oh, ducting joint. I have 2 of these. Wow. Do you think a lefty would commit an assassination and then immediately turn himself into Republican in his family? That's the most Mormon-coded thing I've ever heard. Bro, realistically, I don't know. People do things. I don't know if I have, like, a solid answer for you on that. We're going to have asymmetrical engines here, which I don't like, but I don't want these sitting in my inventory.
Dang, I need to start playing No Man's Sky.
Yeah, bro, get the fuck on it. Jesus. What are you doing?
I think I'd have to download it, actually.
Republican family. Come on. You said common instead of come on. You're doing it again. Can I... Wait, can I move this guy? Let me move this guy over. Oh, I did not want to put him down there. Hey. Actually, this might look nice here. Nice. I've been wanting to Republican my family. True. I'm always talking about how I want to Republican my family. This guy up, meow? Is this an internal hull piece? Like, does this have insides? This guy? I don't know. Does it? Or is it just empty? Will it not let me in? It's just a hull link. I don't think that's like an actual empty piece, right? We should try popular Republican as a verb. Yeah, I never realized that until you just said it. I always use common. Yeah. Come on is C apostrophe M-O-N. God, I'm about to Republican. I'm Republicaning. Oh, God. What's these? Talk like swimmers. Oh, no way. God, dude. I hate this website. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I have my workaround.
If you read this, you are gay. LMAO.
If you read this, you are gay. LMAO. That's funny.
What I'm talking about.
I still watch it. I can still watch it. It just takes an extra step. The Pyro Drive Booster. What is it? It goes on the end here. Yeah. Lovely. Oh.
Do you know what sounds to me like a wonderful time? Have you what's the most enraging FPS you've ever played, Jordan?
Probably Call of Duty.
Like we're talking.
I hate it so much. I hate it. I think it's garbage.
Okay, imagine playing Call of Duty, right? Like just.
I don't.
And you're
I would like to not, if that's possible.
Imagine though. Imagine for a second. This is Call of Duty circa 2012, 2013, where it was like real. Like just imagine you're like in a real brain dead lobby and people are like shotgunning, noob tubing, like flashbanging, the whole nine, right? They're doing all of it, claymores. You're dealing with all the anger of Call of Duty, and then imagine you're debating like a MAGA toid or whatever you want to call them, at the same time, simultaneously. Imagine the feeling you'd feel deep inside your soul.
I'd honestly, I'd probably like kill at Call of Duty if that were the case, because I'd have like adrenaline coursing through me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like it would make me just so angry.
Nothing beats Joe Kennedy reading explicit sections of LGBT books on the Senate floor. John Kennedy. Bro, everybody's typoing today. What is going on?
Based.
Let's see. Where can we move this guy? What is this? Medusa class reactor. Oh. Move this guy here. Is there anything with the run of that? I want more modules here. We need more modules. More modules. I like the idea of Joe Kennedy doing it better. It wasn't a typo. I thought his name was Joe. Oh. It's John. Joe.
That's what I want to do, though, buddy. I want to debate the right while playing enraging FPSs and see where I do best. See where
we
I
already
thrive.
did that today with what's his name? Except it was Helldivers. Watch this clip real quick. Sure.
Yeah, Helldivers though is like a game I can turn my brain off and play well at it. You know, like autopilot.
Yeah, fair.
But a game like Valorant or CS:GO or COD, I don't think I can fully turn my brain off while doing that. So one of them will suffer greatly.
Okay, let's see. You want us to watch this clip? I don't know. You might want to watch it too.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's
oh, she's past a socialist.
She's a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist.
When you don't know the meanings of words. Know what I'm saying? when you don't know the meanings of words. All right, what else, guys? What else you got for me? What else you got? Maybe we'll talk about Bolsonaro here in a second. Right, because the shooter wrote about fascists on one of the bullet cases, people are assuming he is some lefty. Here you can see calling people fascists is something conservatives have been doing for a while. Sure, yeah. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not concluding anything. I am not assuming anything. I do not know. I don't know. I have no idea. Never met the guy, okay? Never saw him before today.
He's just gay.
He's a gay guy.
And I witnessed it. And I witnessed it.
Yeah, I saw the gayness. Was super homosexual.
I just walked in.
Never seen anything that gay in my life, let me tell you. Alright. This is good for now. I want more, like, habitation modules for, like, stuff. For things and stuff. Straight from the top, you can see the language Trump uses calling enemies fascists is very normal in the MAGA world. Yeah, Cryptic, you got me. That's fine. I believe you. I just don't... Nothing that we have said yet tells me one way or another what we know, right? Like, we just don't fucking know yet.
Oh my god, I'm so good.
What'd you do? Dude's dangerous, mindless for shoulder, and then a secondary to whose soldier he is. Who are you talking about? The shooter dude? Oh, what am I doing? I was where I wanted to be. That was dumb.
Yeah, I don't think the center left is engaged in calling people fascists in a while.
I mean, some people probably do. I try not to do it, but I mean, like, it happens, I think, probably a lot.
Yeah.
I'm very straight. Nobody straighter than me. But when you're famous, they let you grab them by the cock, too. It isn't just pussy, folks. Quite frankly. Those are the best strokes. Trump has the best strokes. He strokes out more bigly than any previous president. The boy, the graping. Big, strong U.S. generals came to Trump with tears in their eyes. They said, please, sir, you need to keep redacting your name from the Epstein files. Let me tell you, Melania, she's beautiful. Beautiful. So good. Dude, it was interesting looking these latest pictures of him. I'm no doctor, so I don't know. But have y'all seen the stuff? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm up for anything. Is it like worth? I mean, is it worth it? I mean, I think lefties are still calling everyone fascist, but I was just pointing out the conservatives are also calling everyone they don't like fascist. Both sides are doing it, if you will. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, like I said, I just don't fucking know what he is at this point, right? I just don't know. We don't know. Like, we don't have enough to say one way or another at this point. We're still waiting for info to show up. His mouth at the 9/11 memorial was so crazy. That shit was like a 90-degree angle. Yeah, it's weird. Propagating Epstein propaganda? What are you talking about? His mouth of the, yeah. So let's see the. And again, I don't know, right? I don't know if this means anything at all, or if he's just in a weird position.
I found it a little bit disenchanting or disconcerting, or I'm a little bit wary of how this stuff has now been framed recently, because it seems pretty plain to me that they're using it as a diversionary tactic, and they're mischaracterizing stuff. And they're claiming, like Tulsi Gabbard was going around claiming that Obama committed treason or something. I mean, spurious claims of treason were what were leveled against Trump that I was disputing years ago. But now they just want to repurpose it and like do the inverse. And I think it's sort of foolish. You know, I was somebody who was very sympathetic at one point to Tulsi Gabbard. I knew her personally.
How was that?
Covered her very closely, and you know, she's basically become more or less a stooge of Donald Trump, which is
did
pretty
I already tell you, unfortunate.
unfortunate
What
from my perspective.
the old lady's making for me for dinner?
What?
Not dinner. Dessert.
What?
Pumpkin and banana bread.
Yum.
I'm such a lucky guy.
You know,
That sounds delicious.
it crossed the point
So
of no
lucky.
return for me when she had her Colin Powell moment before the Iran bombing, and decided basically to use Israeli intelligence to supplant.
Start it from the beginning. We're not watching this whole thing right now. You said, I need to know exactly what you were talking about when you said that I need to stop spreading or propagating Epstein propaganda, because I don't even remember what I said that you're referring to. Epstein beers at the front. Can you give me like a timestamp? And like, tell me what I said that made you say that, because I don't even remember. Did I say something about Epstein? Did I say that? I'm not paying attention. I was like reading the funny comments in the Trump voice, but I wasn't like internalizing what they were saying. 0-0? Okay.
JJ, why don't you...
Wait.
Kick this interview off with whatever questions or preface you have.
Okay, well, today, very special episode of the JJ and Paul Power Hour. We have our first ever guest. It's Michael Tracy, someone who I really wanted to have on the show for reasons that will hopefully become apparent. So Michael Tracy is an independent reporter and columnist who's been published in a whole bunch of high-profile publications, including the Wall Street Journal and Vice and the Daily Beast, and he's been on, you know, the TYT and Ben Shapiro and Breaking Points, and he's quite the big shot on Twitter and Substack. And I would say that Michael is known for having quite sort of sharply contrarian takes on prevailing political and media narratives about American government, justice, and foreign policy, which I thought would make him the perfect inaugural guest to have a chat with me and Paul. So thank you for coming on, Michael.
Well, I'm honored to be your inaugural guest. I didn't know that ahead of time, but
yes,
I'm deeply honored.
Well, it's going to be most of our conversations, me and JJ's conversations, are absolute shit shows. So now this is going to be extra shit show because there's a third person rolling in the mud too. So
I'll try to encourage maintaining some structure.
That's right. We need someone like that.
So Michael's been making a name for himself, offering some of the hottest, most contrarian takes on the Jeffrey Epstein affair. And
Can I pause you for just a second? I don't actually accept. I know people ascribe the term contrarian to me.
Yes.
I don't accept that because I think it commonly connotes some degree of arbitrariness, meaning I am just being quote unquote contrarian for its own sake because I want to provoke a reaction, or because I want to just arbitrarily take a position contrary to some other position, and that's not ever really been my guiding impetus for engaging with any political issue, whether it was the Ukraine war or Russiagate or the Israel-Gaza war or the 2020 riots or COVID-related issues. So that's not ever been my at least conscious motivation. It's just something that I'm ascribed with, and I have to reject it just because of the connotation of some kind of reflexive, arbitrary instinct that I don't think I have.
That's fair enough. I mean, as somebody that is often characterized as being a contrarian myself in the context of Canadian politics, I can relate to bristling at a term that I do think is often thrown around in a way that intends to sort of dismiss the kind of the seriousness and the motivation of what is actually inspiring the commentary that's being offered. But in any case, I will say what you have had to say on the Epstein thing does very much go against the prevailing narrative. And I want to quote specifically something that you wrote in a recent Substack, because I think this sort of articulates where you're coming from quite well. So in a recent Substack, you wrote, "The more I dig in, the more information I gather, the more I'm convinced that approximately 90% of what people think they know about the Epstein matter and then project outward into a fever-pitched political/cultural/legal narrative is either wildly exaggerated, wholly unsubstantiated, or straightforwardly fictitious." So I wanted to begin by asking you a very broad question, Michael, because I'm really curious how you would answer this. So, who was Jeffrey Epstein?
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the first time I think I've been asked that question in such broad strokes. I think, generally, as a summarization of who he was a money manager. His money managing techniques were somewhat enigmatic, which is why there is such sustained intrigue around how he accumulated his wealth and how that continued, let's say, mystery around how he obtained certain aspects of his wealth feeds the broader speculation about the child sex trafficking
I don't know
ring
what
component of all
Cosmic
this.
is.
I should have said alleged
I don't know.
child sex trafficking.
He just told me to watch it. I don't know what he's.
I think he
trying to
was
get
somebody
me to
who
look at or think
attempted
about.
to insinuate himself into as many circles of power
that
as he could, typically by
that enlightened
offering
centrist guy?
luxurious
P.F.
amenities
Chang.
to powerful people,
P.F.
such
Chang's?
as rides on a private jet, which is what he offered to Bill Clinton in 2002 when Clinton was going around
Which
discussing
conspiracy
AIDS, is what
exactly,
the claim was in terms of his trip to Africa.
When you say you don't
relation to
believe in the
Clinton Foundation
conspiracy, what do you mean? So I understand, because there's plenty of conspiracies surrounding Epstein.
His name is P.F. Chang? Oh.
It's P.F. Young.
Oh, P.F. Young?
Yeah.
I was thinking more like P.F. Chud. Just kidding.
P.F. Chang. What the fuck is going on here? I do need one more. I think I need one more engine module. I do. Yeah, like Carl Jung, yeah. Purchase basic modules. Oh no, I don't have enough monies. Okay. Guamillion. Do I need these voltage joints? I do not think so. What do you believe? It seems like there was sex trafficking going on of children, that there probably were high profile people who engaged in it, and then when he got thrown in prison, he killed himself. I guess is sort of like a very quick version. So you don't think there was any actual sex trafficking going on? Okay. Based on? Oh wait, yeah, I need to buy the fucking engine module. Oh, it's so expensive. I'm asking you to share the details you know that make you think that's not the case. I don't want to watch the video. Just summarize. I mean, I can watch the video, but I don't want to watch this whole fucking thing just to get an answer on that. If you could just summarize stuff before we start watching the video so I have an idea of where we're going, that would be very helpful. Damn, 14. 1.4 million. Maybe I can find it on Planet. I bet I can probably find it on Planet. Epstein paid women for sexual favors. Put it through Grok for a summary. Okay. Cosmic, can you give me a good Grok prompt? I have it. I have it pulled up. I have it pulled up. Barcode. I do have it here, just so you know. Oh, copy the transcript and run it through. Okay. Grok will tell us. The Grok knows all. Llama, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm just chowing on this or this pumpkin bread.
The pumpkin banana bread.
Mm-hmm.
Banana fucked a pumpkin. Made some bread.
It's the best.
Okay, let's see. Flight logs, payments, hard drives with Epstein-related emails. Maxwell convicted on December 29th on 5 of 6 counts. Conspiracy to entice transport minors for illegal sex acts. Transporting a minor for illegal sex acts. Sex trafficking conspiracy and sex trafficking of a minor. Acquitted on 1 enticement count. Wait a minute. So you're alleging there was a conspiracy to convict them? Anonymous people testifying to qualify as victims so that they can receive compensation from the Epstein estate? Oh. It's giving me page not found. Oh, it's because there's a period at the end of it. Hang on. You're the guy who walked your late dad for getting captured and tortured. I really don't know how to come together in unity with a group of people who prefer me and all people like me dead. Oh, Megan. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I found it. Nope, dude, you're fine. As the social circle included elites. Okay, the social circle doesn't really tell us anything, though. 20-year sentence upheld in 24 for Maxwell. Perjury trial pending. DOJ noted her dishonest conduct. So we'll get into the broader impact.
Ooh, are we gonna do a full? Have you done a full Epstein dive yet?
Not that deep.
Yeah, it's one of those I'd love to do.
Yeah.
The fun of it.
Recruits victims, some as young as 14, for massages that turn sexual, paying them cash and using them to recruit others. Ghislaine Maxwell's longtime girlfriend met around 1991, assists in grooming and recruiting. Epstein's activities involve his properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Federal prosecutors later allege Epstein exploited dozens of minor girls during this period, with abuse occurring at his homes in Manhattan and Palm Beach, victims reportedly being enticed with promises of money, education, or modeling opportunities. Palm Beach police opened a criminal investigation after 14-year-old girl's parents report Epstein paid her for a sexual massage. Police identified 36 underage victims. Evidence includes hidden cameras and photos of girls in his mansion. That's not just witness testimony. Right?
This is yeah, a little sus.
Procuring a minor for prostitution, solicitation, FBI launches Operation Leap Year, interviewing over 40 victims, 53-page federal indictment is prepared in 2007. Epstein continues associations with the least post. Yeah, I mean, like, victims are not going to get revealed. I've had that conversation on the stream where people are like, well, why don't they release the information about the victims? I'm like, because that's unethical. You don't do that. Epstein continues association with elites post-conviction. Epstein arrested at Teterboro. Federal charges, sex crimes, found injured in his cell with neck marks, placed on suicide watch, found unresponsive in his cell at 6:30, yada, 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 yada. 4 victims testified at the trial. Evidence includes flight logs, payments, and a hard drive with Epstein-related emails. Maxwell convicted on the 29th of December on 5 of 6 counts. Yeah. So for Maxwell, it was the emails because I don't know if she like engaged in any of it. But it seems like for Epstein, they have video and like photos and stuff. Oh, barcode. Don't leave us. It's all aggressive sentinels. All aggressive sentinels. There's no chill planet. Oh, we got spam. We got spam in the chat. We got spam. Bye. Oh, trade goods. Oh, I have some shit I can sell, right? Epstein combo is usually really irritating for me too because it's introducing point of view this combo I've never even begun to fathom. Like X-Beam wasn't that bad. Religion about women using him to get money is insane. Yeah, I mean, like, I was open to seeing it, but it seems like they have. I mean, obviously they're never going to release this evidence to the public, but it seems like the evidence they do have is like pretty fucked. I do need to go back and sell some stuff. Oops. Oh. Like, they're saying they have video and photo evidence along with witness testimony and like a lot of victim testimony too. Coerce into involvement. Do you mean, like, what do you mean specifically when you say involvement? Do you mean beyond him? Or at all with him? Because apparently for Maxwell, there's email evidence, and for him, there's video and photo evidence. That's what the DOJ says. Oh, why can't I send these? Why can't I sell these? I don't understand.
Hey, I think I'm gonna go yell at some magoids.
Oh, really? Where at?
Into politics. I have my own room in there.
Okay. Maybe I'll join you in a little bit, or like when you're done, you can always jump back.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
I'll if anything too, I think I sent you a link to the server. Once you join, I don't know if you'll be able to join my room after that, but
I've been a member at Politics server for a while. You have to like add perms for me to be able to join your room.
oh, right on, I got you.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, buddy.
See you, buddy.
We will talk at you. I'll probably link back
You
up.
don't
with
know
You're
if
gonna be done.
hang on. You don't know if I'm parroting back narrative Cosmic because you haven't looked it up. Sorry, go ahead. Emails unsealed in 2020 from the civil defamation case, showing continued contact despite Maxwell's assertions otherwise. 18,000 emails from. All right, buddy. Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Yep, we'll talk to you in a bit, bud.
Emails from Epstein's personal Yahoo account spanning 2005-2008 with at least 650 between Epstein and Maxwell, obtained and reported by Bloomberg News in September 2025. These were not previously public and reveal ongoing collaboration. However, the emails bolstered Maxwell's conviction on 5 counts of sex trafficking-related charges. Let's see. An email from an account linked to Maxwell advertised for a highly qualified and professional massage therapist. Prosecutor as a pretext. Okay. Emails from Maxwell complain about the manager Juan Alessi not properly organizing his, Epstein's massage creams and oils. When asked for an update on a household manual, it's staff to see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing about Epstein's activities. This manual was later testified to by Alessi, who described seeing young girls, some topless, at the home and Maxwell's involvement in scheduling them. The emails helped prove Maxwell's oversight of the abusive environment. Emails showed Maxwell directing payments to victims like Carolyn, pseudonym for a girl met at age 14, for recruiting others. One chain referenced massage sessions escalating to abuse. One chain referenced massage sessions escalating to abuse, with Maxwell praising victims' bodies. This support the sex trafficking conspiracy charge. These emails were authenticated via metadata linking to Maxwell's IP addresses and devices. During the trial, prosecutor Laura Pomerantz described them as evidence of Maxwell's brazen role in normalizing abuse. Maxwell's defense claimed they were innocuous business communications, but the jury convicted her on related accounts. Epstein's emails. Maxwell emailed Epstein about circulating compromising information on accusers, including one victim who alleged abuse at age 14. One exchange, she suggested framing allegations as lewd and lascivious conduct with a prostitute to downplay underage involvement. Epstein replied, "You have done nothing wrong." This undercut Maxwell's denials of awareness and showed active cover-up efforts during Epstein's Florida plea negotiations. Attached to a 2007 email from Maxwell's accountant, a detailed ledger of $1.8 million in gifts to associates and victims, including lingerie for a 16-year-old recruit, who later testified and died in 2023, $71,000 Lexus for lawyer Alan Dershowitz, and $11,000 Rolex for billionaire Tom Barrack, and $35,000 Audemars Piguet, I didn't say that, watch for Clinton aide Doug Band. Prosecutors in prior cases viewed this as grooming incentives. All recipients denied impropriety. Post Epstein's 2006 Florida charges, Maxwell sent a list of high-profile contacts for Epstein to review. Epstein replied, "Remove Trump," in a 2007 email. Maxwell warned, "You have to assume they went to Donald Trump about probing reporters." Trump, who knew Epstein socially in the 1990s, 2000s, denied wrongdoing, called the emails fake news. No abuse allegations against Trump stem from these. Okay, these are more about associates. Fallout. Epstein emailed Maxwell, "You've done nothing wrong." I'm saying there's nothing in it. I mean, just parroting back narrative. Thank you for a useless, substanceless comment. It really helps with the discussion. Woke judges and woke jury will call anything sex trafficking these days. New Epstein leaks just dropped. Yeah. Dominant public trial that affect the jury. I mean, I think that email, one particular email from what I'm reading here, was the one that seems pretty fucking strong to me. And also, I don't know if we ever got Epstein, like the actual Epstein emails. We only got the ones with Maxwell. See nothing, hear nothing, say nothing about Epstein activities. This manual was later testified to by Alessi, who described seeing young girls, some topless, at the home and Maxwell's involvement in scheduling them. The emails help prove Maxwell's oversight of the abusive environment. Cash to victims like Carolyn, a pseudonym for a girl met at 14. These payments were shown to be directed by Maxwell in the emails. Birthday book is weird as hell. I agree the facts should stand on their own, but I mean these emails seem pretty bad. They don't seem to reveal any incriminating details about associates though. That seems to be the case. Fact, and we kind of know that, right? Because we were always like, oh, release the client list, blah, 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 blah. The fact that Trump drawing to Epstein ended up being real. Trump is in the Epstein files. We're living a fucking comic book storyline, man. Real clown world type beat. Yeah, it's definitely weird. He's been real weird about it, but technically, that doesn't necessarily say anything provable. We'd have to find out. Why can't I sell the stuff that I have here? Hang on. Do I need to... Oh, because it's in here. I'm so stupid. Oh, negative 10.5%. Yeah, fuck it. I think it's cheaper here. That's why. The thing they had in common is that bitches kept trying to extort them for financial gain, if Cosmic is to believe. I mean, I'm sure that does happen. I'm sure that happens, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the charges are incorrect. Or the convictions are incorrect. What about Bolsonaro? My man's got sentenced to 27 years and some change in prison for trying to coup the Brazilian government. It seems like Brazil actually takes care of it when somebody tries to fucking coup the government. Remember, Trump wanted to sue Murdoch and Wall Street Journal for $10 billion over the Epstein article, but the letter ended up being real. Base Brazil indeed. Wait, no, I never said that. I never said that. I will deny it till the end of time. Somebody delete that. Don't you dare clip it. You motherfuckers. So is he in prison now? I don't know if it's like right away, but he should be going to prison soon. When will Bolsonaro go to prison? Or when does Bolsonaro's sentence begin? Oh, they're still gonna appeal. So I have to go through appeals and shit. He was supposed to have his sentencing today or next week. He had it today. He was sentenced to 27 years and several months, some extra months to prison. Yeah, I was just saying that. I doubt he's going to get Gen Pop. That seems unlikely for a former president. Okay, let's see.
You had
this Tucker Carlson
complaints
thing from Barcode.
one programmer who said you guys are basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this is someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time.
Apparently Trump's going to tariff the fuck out of Brazil.
Really
at least he threatened it before. We'll see.
Trying to, read everything I could, as I'm sure you and others did too, about what happened. It looks like a suicide to me.
Why does it look like a suicide?
Oh my God.
It was a gun.
I'm just asking questions.
It was the. This is like gruesome to talk about, but I read the whole medical record. Does it not look like one to you?
No, he was definitely murdered. I think. There were signs of a struggle. Of course, the surveillance camera, the wires had been cut. He had just ordered takeout food, come back from a vacation with his friends on Catalina Island. No indication at all that he was suicidal. No note and no behavior. He had just spoken to a family member on the phone, and then he's found dead with blood in multiple rooms. So that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I've not talked to the authorities about it.
And his mother claims he was murdered on your orders.
Do you believe that?
I'm asking.
I mean,
of course
you
I
just
do.
said it. So do you?
But I'm just asking questions.
I think that it is worth looking into, and I don't. I mean, if a guy comes out and accuses your company of committing crimes, I have no idea if that's true or not, of course, and then is found killed and there are signs of a struggle, I don't think it's worth dismissing it. I don't think we should say, well, he killed himself when there's no evidence that the guy was depressed at all. I think, and if he was your friend, I would think you would want to speak to his mom or...
I did offer, she didn't want to.
So, do you feel that, when people look at that and they're like, it's possible that happened, do you feel that that reflects the worries they have about what's happening here? Like, people are afraid that this is like...
I haven't done too many interviews where I've been accused of like...
Oh, I'm not accusing you at all. I'm just saying his mother
I'm not accusing you at all. I'm just asking questions.
I don't think a fair read of the evidence suggests suicide at all. I just don't see that at all. And I also don't understand why
they're illegal.
The authorities, when there's signs of a struggle and blood in 2 rooms on suicide, like how does that actually happen?
Trustworthy in light of this fact? Of course I do. Well, Tucker, I'm just asking questions, Tucker.
I think it's weird.
I'm just asking questions.
You understand how this sounds like an accusation?
Of course. And I certainly, let me just
Sue him!
Clear once again.
Sue him!
Not accusing you of any wrongdoing, but
Sue him!
I think it's worth finding out what happened. And I don't understand why the city of San Francisco has refused to investigate it beyond just calling it a suicide.
I mean, I think they looked into it a couple of times, more than once, as I understand it. I saw the, and I will totally say, when I first heard about this, it sounded very suspicious to me.
Yes.
And I know you had been involved in
With mother
you were
reached
asked to
out
look into the case.
And I don't know anything about it. It's not my world.
She just reached out cold?
Who's that? Who
She
joined?
reached out cold.
Wow.
And I spoke to her at great length, and it scared the crap out of me. The kid was clearly killed by somebody.
Hey,
that was
buddy.
my conclusion, objectively, with no skin.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Lovely.
Okay.
No, how's things?
Good.
Good. That's good. How's Arizona?
I don't know.
What? You were breaking up.
Yeah, I don't know where I am, so I don't know if I'm in Arizona. I said I don't know where I am.
How do you not know where you are?
I'm on the road somewhere.
Oh. Do you have a GPS?
Yeah.
Where does it say?
It says route 89A South, 100E.
But it doesn't say where?
Oh.
Huh.
I know where. It's in the middle of nowhere. What do you want?
America's a huge country. Most of America is the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
This is a big place.
Yeah.
Okay.
A big place full of meth heads and poor people. Yes.
There you go. Is your friend wasted and lost? No, I think he's driving. No, what you're hearing is that he's Swedish.
Wasted? I have not been drinking. That is rude. Even though, I might add, the legal limit in America is far higher than in Sweden. So I could be drinking and driving. Yeah.
Oh, see, we like to encourage drunk driving.
Drinking and driving.
Yeah.
I can tell.
It's part of our heritage.
Oh, yeah. Which heritage would that be? The Polish?
What'd you say? Which heritage would that be? The Polish? Yeah, it's one of the few things that's culturally American. Legal limit varies by state. I feel so tired says. That makes sense. Come on. I need salvaged parts. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes, I am aware that it varies by state, but in Arizona it's much higher. And it's also much higher in Nevada. And I don't know in California.
Yeah, I don't know here either. Where he was as like, I don't know, and then I heard him talking. I was concerned, not drunk, just Swedish, exactly. No, he's probably following his GPS on the way to somewhere else. Where are you going?
Las Vegas.
Oh, nice! Awesome.
So I'm going through Las Vegas.
Oh.
I'm going to bother a bald bearded man.
No way! You're coming to LA!
Is that what I said?
Am I the only bald bearded man you know? You know other bald bearded men? Are you cheating on me?
Am I cheating on it's crazy. I actually know a lot of bald bearded men.
Wow. So then why are you so racist towards us?
Because you're not a race.
See? Wow. Won't even acknowledge my racial identity.
Your racial identity is Jewish.
That is one of them, okay? There's also bald and bearded, all right? Don't take that away from me.
That is not
okay?
a racial identity. That's not a racial identity.
My identity is very political.
Uh-huh.
Wait, so are you coming to LA? Is that what's happening? Like, tell me for real.
Yes, I am going to LA.
Yes! When are you supposed to get here?
I don't know, like 4:46.
In the morning?
Yes.
Do you have like a plan for when you get here, or am I supposed to like wait for you?
I don't have a plan. No plan.
Okay, but like realistically, I need you to tell me honestly what's going on so I can prepare for you if you're coming
that is
here.
when I'm arriving in LA, according to the GPS.
Okay. All right. Do you need to come and crash here? What? You're breaking up. Uh-oh.
I'll be right.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you, buddy. You're coming in all robot-y. This is not good for coordinating. Ice got him. True.
Technology recharge.
Oh no. Well, when it starts working, tell me, because right now I can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Kind of. Hello? True. Yeah, still I cannot hear.
Hear me now?
A little bit.
Okay.
Say something. Yeah, a little better now. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're still sort of cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're like in a... Oh, that is robot sounds. Oh boy. Oh no. We can't hear nothing.
Yeah, that's because I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay. I can kind of hear you, but you're still breaking up a little bit, but I can probably decipher what you're saying.
I said yes.
You need to, you're saying you need to crash, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Very well.
I'm not paying for a hotel in LA. It's fucking expensive.
Very well.
They're like...
You are most welcome on the couch.
Yeah, I will cuddle with you.
Oh, well. I guess that's okay since you're visiting. Normally Mika's exclusively my cuddle buddy, but you know, I have to make sacrifices for the people I care about. Okay, so 4 a.m. Cool. How long are you going to be in town for?
Sunday, I think.
Okay. So tomorrow night, unless you like have something planned, we're going to a comedy show for my friend, and you should come with us.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. And Maggot Daniel will be there with us as well.
Oh, Maggot Daniel.
Yep. So that'll be a fun time. Well, I'm looking forward to it, buddy. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. So I'll send you when I finish my stream. I'll send you like my address, so that you can just like drive here. And then yeah, just like let me know when you get here.
Yeah, will do.
Perfect. All right. I will have to say goodbye for now because trying to talk to you with this connection is ear aids. But I'm looking forward to seeing you later, buddy. I'm excited.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. All right, where were we, guys? What were we talking about? Were we still talking about? Oh no, right, that's right. We were watching this Tucker Carlson shit.
in the game.
And you, after reading the latest report?
Yes.
Like, look,
I immediately called a member of Congress from California, Ro Khanna, and said, this is crazy, you've got to look into this. And nothing ever happened. And I'm like, what is that?
Again, I think this is, I feel strange and sad debating this and having to
I'm not
myself
even
seem totally crazy. And you are a little bit accusing me, but
Tucker's like,
this
Fox
was
has
like
been sued
a
before
wonderful
because of
person
me,
and a
okay?
family
I
that's
promise.
clearly struggling.
Yes.
And I think you can totally take the point that you're just trying to get to the truth of what happened, and I respect that. But I think his memory and his family deserve to be treated with a level of respect and grief that I don't quite feel here.
I'm asking at the behest of his family. So I'm definitely showing them respect. And I'm not accusing you of any involvement in this at all. What I am saying is that the evidence does not suggest suicide, and for the authorities in your city to elide past that and ignore the evidence that any reasonable person would say adds up to a murder, I think is very weird.
Yep,
and it shakes the faith that one has in our system's ability to respond to the facts.
So what I was going to say is, after the first set of information that came out, I was really like, man, this doesn't look like a suicide. I'm confused. This looks like...
Okay, so I'm not being crazy here.
Well,
he's like,
but
you're
then
good, please
after
don't
the
sue me,
second thing
please.
Came out, and the more detail, I was like, oh, okay.
What changed your mind?
The second report on the way the bullet entered him and the sort of person who had like followed the sort of likely path of things through the room. I assume you looked at this too.
Yes, I did.
And what about that didn't change your mind?
It just didn't make any sense to me. Why would the security camera wires be cut? And how did he wind up bleeding in 2 rooms after shooting himself? And why was there a wig in the room that wasn't his? And has there ever been a suicide where there's no indication at all that the person was suicidal who just ordered takeout food? I mean, who orders DoorDash and then shoots himself? I mean, maybe.
I mean, maybe you're a little bit peckish. Who knows? Takes a lot of energy out of you, you know? You don't want to go into that on an empty stomach. Maybe takeout was that bad. Oh no. All right, let's see. What's good to watch? What do we want to watch, guys? Wait, what is this? Loner box.
Wow, it's almost as if I was. It's almost as if I was just about to respond to that.
Ooh, Loner box. Taylor Lorenz, chorus creators. What's going on? This looks interesting. Watch some of this.
It's almost as if I was just about to respond to that. Okay, I just told you, in case you can't put it together for yourself, okay, with the crayons that you're chewing on over there. It's a very standard NDA thing. You make it as broad as possible for non-disclosure, because they would rather that you just violate it all the time in very benign ways than where there's an unexpected situation that they have to cover themselves for and they can't. That's why what's interesting about Taylor's. That's why what's interesting about Taylor's article is that there's none of it. I think is built on testimony from people who actually worked with the organization and were treated in this draconian way.
Oh, didn't mean to shoot you guys. Sorry. notifications here?
Okay, so yeah, so Kyle's not gonna be able to make it, but I think we're gonna be okay with this group right now.
Is that fucking Prime again? God damn it.
We said it would last about 2 to 3 hours. Where
it's carbon.
We'll kind of, I'll ask like a number of questions and allow you guys to like debate and go back and forth. But
just leave me alone,
for the most part, it should be
please.
pretty freeform. And then we'll let you guys do like 2-minute openings, introduce yourselves, and then we'll get right into it. Good.
Yeah.
Real quick, Dispel. Can you give me a
Oh,
mic check?
fuck off.
Yes, you are pretty quiet on my end. Can you go up about 15%?
Fucking Prime.
Yeah, if it's up there, you still need to go up a good bit more. Maybe get closer to your mic as well. While he's fixing that, Wonderbox, can you give me?
1, 2, hello. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.
Good. Okay, and then Prime, one more time.
Testing.
Okay, good. QT, you're muted.
Oh no, he's muted. Alright, how's my sound? This is better, Tom?
Okay, sorry, testing.
Yes.
1, 2, 3,
Okay,
testing.
both of you are good. And then Mercedes, one more time.
Testing. Is this loud enough? Can you hear me?
Oh, Mercedes.
Yes.
Cool.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. We will get right into it. All right. I think all my stuff's up. Yep. All right. So we're good. All right. This is the panel on the Wired Chorus article. Appreciate you guys joining. So within the last week, if you guys didn't see, there was a Wired article from Taylor Lorenz where she was complaining about dark money in the content creator space, especially in TikTok, where people like Brian Tyler Cohen had programs named Chorus where they were paying a bunch of other people, other content creators to be part of this group. And they feel like this was wrong, that they weren't disclosing the money, and they called it dark money numerous times, meaning that it's coming from undisclosed sources as well. So we got a bunch of people here to talk about it. We'll go around and allow everybody to introduce themselves, and then go ahead and give a 2-minute intro. So we'll start with Dispel.
Hi, Tom. My position on this is basically Taylor Lawrence is sort of a creator that's had a lot of missteps previously, and she has finally hit something that has made it big into the zeitgeist. I thought this was a great opportunity for Dems to really hone in on what they believe in, what they think is virtuous, and I feel really disappointed by them. And I think, honestly, the thing to look at is the backlash against the people who are criticizing dark money or who have a position against dark money. I think it's incredibly overblown, and actually it's kind of like abusive in some circumstances. There's some real like in-group, out-group messaging, and I think the Democrats are at their strongest when we don't need to do this sort of messaging.
All right, thank you. Wonderbox.
I think there are some things that were obviously, I think, revealed about Chorus that could be improved upon. I think, personally, if you are taking funding, even if they're not telling you exactly what content to do, I think if you're getting $8,000 a month or $1,000 or $2,000, it's probably worth telling your audience that you're getting funded by someone, just because it's nice for your audience to know. Like, it might influence the way some people want to donate to you via Super Chats or via PayPal or Patreon or something like that. If they think you're already covered by someone else, that might sway the decision one way or the other. The fact is, though, this piece was not we see a good thing, but they should do better. That's not what this article was. This article was a hit piece. It was a piece that used very leading language and lots of excessive connotations and comparisons that were basically used to paint this in a completely negative light and to attack the creators involved in it, to the point that I think the most revealing thing is that you can see the people who support Taylor's article, big creators on the online left space, and the conclusions that they've drawn from it. For example, saying that this is DNC money, people being told to push the party line, people being paid to not talk about Gaza. Like, this is the kind of conclusions that these people are drawing from her article, and it's not an accident. Like, the way that the language is used in that article is very deliberately swayed to make something that is not really that much of a newsworthy issue into something very, very overblown. And I think people should be aware that there's a difference between someone who wants you to do better and criticism that is not constructive at all. And this is the latter.
All right. Thank you, Wonderbox. Prime Ties.
Oh, fuck off.
Well, first of all, thank you to my friend Tom for inviting me, and thanks to everyone here for joining
I'm
in.
on my ship.
So,
Go
I've been
away.
saying, and I've been doing this for a few years, I've been saying that we need infrastructure on the left. That clearly the right has it, clearly members of that cohort, that ideology, the influencers are being paid. When Operation Spring Forth out of nothing, but then have sleek videos, well produced, edited, in a way that just doesn't happen organically, like literally studios. One person thinking of in particular, Dave Rubin, literally nothing, failed comic, left UIT, and with nothing, and then all of a sudden showed up with a completely decked out studio in a mansion. That happened.
Who were in the other debates?
Hey, we need that, you know. But we need something. We need. I don't feel a lot like this program, an incubator program, that can help individuals. So, like, the very idea, I'm actually pretty supportive of, right? I'm hedging my bets here. But in the end, the thought that they can't disclose their affiliation, that ruins pretty much the whole thing for me. That undermines the trust and authenticity of the creators. And I think their audiences have every right to rebel, to ask questions, and demand answers there. So,
leave me alone. Froze. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. No! Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Come on. Destiny and Rob Norm. And the Crucible guy. I think I saw the Rob Noor one. Let me see. Alright, let's see. I don't think I saw the Andrew Wilson one. Was that... When was that? Like a few days ago? On Playing with... No, that's not it. Was on the same channel as Lonerbox. I'm watching on Lonerbox's channel. Could you find the debate and maybe link it for me?
Disclose the affiliation. That ruins pretty much the whole thing for me. That undermines the trust and authenticity of the creators. And I think their audiences have every right to rebel, to ask questions, and demand answers there. So I'll leave it there for now.
All right, thank you. Quick thoughts.
Yep. Hello. I post on TikTok under the username QuickThoughts. My take is I think the facts of the Wired article are probably correct, and I have 5 reasons for thinking so. First, Wired is a reputable magazine. They have editors, they have lawyers. They aren't just going to post stuff making it up or without good evidence. Second, there are 90+ Chorus creators, all of whom have their own copy of the contract, any of whom could disprove the Wired article by showing their contract, and none of whom have. Third, Chorus itself could disprove the Wired article if they want to do by showing the contract. Fourth, Chorus or the creators could contact Wired and show them the real contract and say, look, you made a mistake, publish a correction or retraction, or we're going to have to sue you, and that hasn't happened. And then fifth, one woman named in the article, Allie O'Brien, posted on TikTok and showed a page of the contract, which basically confirmed part of the Wired article. And so that tells me that Taylor Lorenz actually did see the contract before she wrote the article. So I think the facts are probably correct, but the reaction I see from the Chorus creators, I've seen 5 or 6 of them post reactions, and the reaction is always to say basically that it's fake news, that Taylor Lorenz is an internet troll, that the facts are all wrong, it's riddled with errors. I haven't seen any substantive errors in the article, so I think the facts are probably true. And it just strikes me as a really dangerous way to respond to a substantive criticism. Like Dispel said earlier, I think it's like the reaction is almost worse than what's being claimed in the article. And I'm reminded of a line from Nietzsche who says, he who fights with monsters should be careful lest he become a monster. And to me, it seems like Democrat influencers are taking a page out of Trump's book. When you get substantive criticism from the media, just say, nope, fake news, attack the journalist and ignore it. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. And then Mercedes.
So in my situation, like, for example, I was a right-wing influencer, so I come from the right. I've been in their, like, ecospheres. Like, I understand a little bit more when it comes to, like, the money that they take or, like, the organizations over there. I gained a pretty massive following as a right-wing influencer. And I'd say that, like, for me personally, I see where people are talking about, like, okay, these are the facts of the article.
Why does this keep happening right now? Bro. Okay.
You can say he has the authority, but it's not denying the fact that he has subverted the will of Gavin Newsom.
I'll concede the point that Newsom definitely did not want Trump to federalize his National Guard or send in the Marines. That's not in question.
Okay, so then Trump subverted the will of the governor then?
I don't know if I'd use the language subvert the will. He disagreed that he didn't have the authority to nationalize the troops if Gavin Newsom wasn't executing his job as the governor. Then do you remember when there was, at the corner of that neighborhood with the donut shop and the 2 pawn shops, that there was hundreds of cops who were in a semicircle around them, standing down and watching them loot an AMPM, watching them set things on fire, watching them throw bombs of all types. Bombs, not kidding, bombs. They were detonating everywhere. And they stood down and just watched it.
Wait, but this isn't about the chorus.
Where's hundreds? That's not hundreds. hundreds, Andrew.
Listen to me. That, what you see there with those patrol cars right there, that goes back deep. And then they're on the other side, catty corners to that, and on the other side of the street to the right of this picture. Like, we watched it live, dude. We watched it live.
You said like 200 people, 200
Yeah,
cops. There's like barely 10. There's barely 10 in that picture.
Is Trump centralizing power, and is that good or bad? So we're asking, is Trump taking power from other parts of the government that would generally be for other parts and not the executive? And if so, sometimes they might agree that the executive should have more power, and so then you can have a conversation about whether or not that should be the case. So we'll go ahead and start opening statements, and we'll do every other, so we'll just go across the screen and start with Andrew. 2 minutes, sir. You're on mute.
You're muted.
You're muted, Andrew. Already. All right, so I'll make it short and sweet. A thing I hear often is that Trump's a dictator, he's a Nazi, he's a fascist, he's evil, he's mean, blah, 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 blah. He's a threat to our very democracy. When pushed on these claims, though, progressive scumbags usually talk about tariffs. That's usually what they do. Like, I don't like tariffs and stupid shit like that. They never actually tell us how he's a Nazi, fascist, dictator, evil, centralized power, wants to have a fourth, third, and sixth term. I never actually hear any of the reasons. Instead of telling us all how Trump is an evil authoritarian dictator, they bring up everything except how he is one. And I doubt the debate tonight will be any different. Our opponents actually want to say he's so bad they can taste it. They want to say he's a fascist so bad they can taste it. They want to say he's an evil authoritarian dictator so bad they can taste it, but they're not going to because they can't, because they're full of shit. Even though they probably said this, by the way, a million times on their channels, I bet you we go to both their channels, we'll hear the word fascist, dictator, Nazi, I bet you we'll hear all that shit. And the one place we're not going to hear it is here tonight, though. I bet you we won't hear it tonight. Because when the rubber meets the road, they fall flat every single time. So tonight's debate is on if Trump is centralizing power, if that's a good thing or not a good thing. I don't see how he's centralizing power. He basically has what's afforded to him by Article 2 of the Constitution and some legislation after that, like the Patriot Act, both of which he had nothing to do with. Many of the other legislative powers that he would have, he doesn't actually have anything to do with. They were there before he ever came to office. He complies with the Supreme Court of the United States. He often fights with the lower courts, which presidents tend to do, and he has every right to do so. So I've never really heard a compelling case for this supposed accumulation of power beyond his office. Checks and balances are still in place. There isn't a constitutional crisis last time I looked. So what these guys are talking about, I have no idea. But what they're not actually going to be talking about is how he's centralizing power. They're going to key in on points which are completely irrelevant. But not to worry, guys. I'm going to bring it right back to this, I promise you.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Corbin.
Well, there's a lot of different aspects, I guess, of Trump's authoritarianism that you could talk about. I kind of want to key in on specifically, I think, the erosion of federal and state powers under his administration, whether it be through things like the federalization of the National Guard in LA or quid pro quos with Eric Adams to enact his agenda on immigration. That's kind of the area I wanted to focus on today. I'm not as keened in on tariffs or whether or not Trump has the ability to enact those. That's kind of a separate question. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the main points I want to hit on is how he's trying to enact federal law on a state level.
All right, awesome. Jake, 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much for having me today, Tom Flory. It's good to see you. It's even good to be here with the libs today. It's good to see you guys two libs.
Yeah, good to see
so
you.
I am not American. I'm Australian. I don't exactly live in Britain. I don't exactly live and breathe the politics, but from an outside point looking in, I think that Trump is doing actually a really good job. The idea that he's some sort of authoritarian is nonsense, and I'm looking forward to getting into some definitions of what exactly you guys mean by authoritarian. What I see is a leader doing what he was elected to do, essentially. I mean, taking back the power from entrenched elites, NGOs, and bureaucrats who were never chosen by the people. A few quick points. I mean, Trump doesn't necessarily look to me as though he's consolidating power anywhere near the levels that his critics claim, especially with claims like fascist and authoritarian and the likes. He's cutting down on bureaucracies that run the country without accountability. Under Biden, elected officials were making the big decisions. That's the real deep state. So Trump is just following through on campaign promises to dismantle it. To the extent that he's consolidating power, I don't think there's anything unusual. Every president does this, and I feel as though the leftists do this just as much, and they're just grumpy because they're not really used to seeing Republicans do this. And the third one, I'd say, to the extent if you guys can bring up some examples, and if you guys can convince us that he is consolidating power in various different areas, then I would like to see why that's wrong and why that's actually a bad thing, particularly in terms of the border. I mean, I think that the gentleman before me brought up that one, so that would be an interesting one to go into. And as somebody from the great land of Australia down under, and who's traveled the world a lot, I will say this. Countries like mine, the UK, and much of Europe have been wrecked by weak borders and liberal globalist policies. And America is somewhat of the last frontier, as I see it. If Trump succeeds, he actually sets an example that the Western world desperately needs. So I don't think he's a dictator in the making. I think he's doing what the left has been doing and has done for themselves. And the only difference is this time it's not on their terms. So with that, I'll get on to the next one.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And then also, Corbin, double check your mic. I'm not positive that you're on the wrong mic, but you might be. And then Vince, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Should be on the right one.
Yes, sir. All right. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? Let's keep focused on this. This is at the core of the debate right now, not whether or not necessarily Donald Trump is in fact an authoritarian, whether or not he is a fascist. That is the topic of the debate. So has Donald Trump consolidated power? The answer is absolutely yes. Through emergency powers, lawsuits, and threats of military force. Trump has pushed the boundaries of executive authority.
I agree.
His intentions were clear when he stated, I have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. Each time power shifts away from Congress and the courts,
I mean, he knows his position.
Notice what I said. Inch closer to authoritarian rule. A system where one man makes the laws and is accountable to no one but himself. That's it.
All right.
Is my mic okay now? Or
yeah, it sounds good. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yes, sorry, I'm on my mobile mic. It's kind of crappy. I don't have my regular one with me right now.
No problem. So yeah, for the most part, I'll let you guys lead the conversation. If there's parts that I want to clarify, please allow me to jump in for a minute and just clarify things. Sometimes for you guys, sometimes for the audience, sometimes just for myself because I'm not all that right. But with you guys having the claim, I will let Vince go ahead and jump us off.
Sure. Andrew, you said that Trump did not defy the Supreme Court. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what higher court rulings have been issued by the Supreme Court which he's defying?
Well, I'm asking you. You said he did not defy the Supreme Court. So what do you mean by he has not defied the Supreme Court? What are you saying by that?
To my knowledge, the Supreme Court has not issued any rulings in which he is not complying with.
Great. So what about Abrego Garcia? When I believe on April 10th, the Supreme Court ruled they needed to facilitate the return of the administration, and then the administration then dragged their feet, ignoring Judge Paul Zinnes to return them. And it was not until June 6th, months later, that they ended up returning Abrego Garcia. After they said that they had tried and dragged their feet saying they would. It took Judge Zinnes multiple times telling them they needed to facilitate the return, and they did not facilitate the return. So would you agree then on that case that he defied the Supreme Court?
Confused. I'm
well,
really confused.
Unfortunately, this is a bad point, and I was talking about this when this was all going on, if some of you remember. Because he was out of our jurisdiction at that point, realistically, there's only so much you can do. So you could even just, like, if he didn't want him to come back, he could just pretend like he told them to send him back, and they could still say no. And I mean, like, you can't make him come back if he's out of your jurisdiction, so I don't think that's necessarily a super strong point.
It sounded like you just said the guy was returned.
Oh, so wait, but the original claim was that he did not defy the Supreme Court, right?
I'm confused how he defied the Supreme Court when he returned the guy.
Okay.
Gotcha. So then he did not defy the Supreme Court initially, then, is what you're saying, then, right? So you would acknowledge.
Okay, so that's a stupid point too, because there were like multiple occasions and appeals in which they had to go through in order to do it, and even then, he dragged his feet on it. So I think that's saying like, oh, but he came back anyway. That's not fucking realistic either.
So all branches of government have various processes in which they go down, right? And there was a process which was involved with this. They went through the process and then they complied with the Supreme Court and returned him.
What was the process here? Judge Zinnes said to return him, and they did not. Did they not?
It seems like it was after the
fact. They did, didn't they? Didn't they return him?
It was after the
Didn't they in fact return him? Didn't they in fact return him?
Did they defy the Supreme Court?
They were given.
Answer my question. Did they defy the Supreme Court? Did they? As soon as you answer my yours, did you answer?
No, they were given a timetable, and they did not return him within that timetable, and that's why they were looking at contempt charges. Eventually, they returned him, but not under the initial timetable.
You can't answer my question. You said, after I called you out on it, you said they didn't defy him. Okay. So Andrew Wilson is redefining how we're talking about defying the Supreme Court. It was clearly defined.
I can answer my question. Did they return him?
Them returning it does not change
they
when
return, yes or no? Remember how I said no? Yes or no, fucker?
Oh, it's not yes or no. Hey, it's not a yes or no answer.
God, answer the question, you stupid loser fuck. Answer my fucking question. Yes or no? Did they return him?
Try to start with a yes or no and then give
So what Andrew's saying is wrong.
I don't want to hear what I don't want in this debate.
Guy's not really. I don't think he knows it well enough to.
That's how a debate should work. Now answer my fucking question. Did they return the guy or not?
Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. Yes, exactly. That's the problem here. And that Andrew, when he realized, because he sat here and said initially that we're not going to bring any examples, once I brought an example, he got scared and realized, oh, I have to pivot to say, well, they eventually brought him back, but it doesn't change the fact that they defied the Supreme Court. They initially defied it, and you were proven wrong immensely when I said that. You weren't prepared for Supreme facts, were you, Andrew?
So they went through the process and then they went.
You got me. They went through the process and then returned him. Oh my God, constitutional crisis. Holy shit, what an authoritarian dictator. You got me.
It was Andrew.
It was
shit.
It was after the Supreme Court.
I quit this debate. Oh my God, I'm fucking destroyed.
This doesn't make you look good when you do this, dog. It makes you look like you're scrambling.
Fucking idiot, they returned him. They went through a process. Yes, that's how it works.
This is hilarious. He's trying to redefine how define works. Do we need to pull up the definition of define, Andrew?
Well, I think at this point, we would have to say that.
Define.
Because it sounds like,
definition for definition.
Vince, you're saying that they defied the courts for a time and then eventually abided by the court order. Correct, Vince?
Sure. But the question was,
sure, exactly. So you're saying that they
initially
defied
the Supreme Court.
You're saying for that period of time, what was it,
Yes.
2-3 months? You're saying they defied the courts for that period of time, and Andrew's saying, okay, they eventually got it. So Andrew, do you agree that they defied the courts?
Doesn't change the fact they defied the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think that when you have court rulings especially, and new court rulings especially, there's usually a process for compliance. So this will happen on every level of government. Whether or not this is executive branch or not, there's going to be a process in which to comply. And I think they went through a process for compliance with that ruling. They wanted to exhaust all of their avenues on it. I would do the same exact thing if I was an executive. When they couldn't exhaust anymore, they followed through with what the order was. This is how branches of government work. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. That's how they work.
Yeah, the way it works is that when someone sits there and a judge says to bring them back, and they drag their feet after numerous times of being told to bring them back. And by the way, the way that they were arguing this was they were arguing on the case of saying that this is facilitate. And so they argued on that merit alone. But the problem was is they continued to drag their feet. So again, you want to pivot off with it? That's fine. We can talk about the judicial injunctions if you like, about how they're defying those injunctions, namely the Harvard research grant funding, federal grant and loans frozen, tariffs under the International Emergency Economics Power Act. We can talk about that, which is a big theme of this administration.
You're just reading your talking points. Let me bring up the next point then. I'll bring up the next point since we gave you guys the.
You're not going to engage on that, are you?
Okay,
so frustrating.
We'll get back to it, but I don't think it's fair that if you get a point to bring up, that we can bring up a point as well. And it was something which was mentioned in the
I'd like you to address my point, but if you want to go.
Okay, so anyway, you brought up what happened in the LA riots as part of your point for authoritarianism. This is over to Corbin.
I did, or Corbin? Okay.
Corbin, whose name is not yours. So anyway, Corbin, you brought this up as though this was some authoritarian act by the Trump administration. Are you aware? Like, we watched those riots every single night on sometimes as many as 15, 20 cameras at a time, watching what was going on, watching the.
What a pivot. No, because again, I think this is hysterical. Andrew, I just called Andrew out on 3 other particular issues. And Andrew just totally pivoted over to the LA riot.
Let him ask his question first. Let him ask his question first. Let him ask his question.
Let Andrew. I mean, are you sure? It seems that the Vince is very upset that we're allowed to have points and he's allowed to have points. I'm sorry about that, Vince. But
I asked you to address my points that you are running away from. You're running away from them. Why are you running away from them?
Did I not tell you that we would come? Did I not tell you that we could come right back to this? You get a point, we get a point. Isn't that fair?
But it works where you address my point. Okay, that's fine. Run away, Andrew. Go ahead. Run away, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Run away from this point, Vince. You're just running away. You're just filibustering, making sure that your partner can't ever respond because you're a fucking coward. Anyway,
you're running away from addressing the point because you're afraid of actually engaging with the facts of the case. Because you don't like engaging with the facts.
Rudely interrupted by your dork.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I would like to have you actually address it. So we were watching these on the cams each night.
Why is he so triggered? Andrew isn't usually this fucking triggered.
We come to find out later that there was many NGOs which were funding these riots. Many NGOs. In fact, the whole thing was funded by NGOs, especially their famous Day of Rage. Why is it that you think that Trump shouldn't have sent in the Marines in order to bring law and order back to Los Angeles when this was going on? Why? Doesn't that seem like it's well within the purview? Hang on, let me finish the question. I'm almost done. Don't you think that's well within the purview of the executive under Article 2?
No, so specifically the reason that I said it was an example of an erosion between state and federal power is Trump was federalizing the National Guard at the behest of the head of the state, that being Governor Newsom, when he didn't have the authority to. It violated that.
He does have the authority to federalize.
Well, Section 12406 that he cited in his executive order
just been ruled
to try and federalize the National Guard states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state, that being Newsom. And Newsom felt like the National Guard wasn't needed in that instance.
The National Guard is, they are GIs, they are government issue. It is true that the state can deploy them, but ultimately they serve the behest of the President of the United States.
No, they're state police. They belong to the state. They're under the purview of the
government. Okay, so the federal government can't mobilize the National Guard for the purpose of war, neither can the President, is that correct?
Well, they can, but there has to be a process for it. There has to be those powers.
I see.
Under Section 12406, under Section 12406 that Trump cited in his executive order as to why he had the ability to federalize the National Guard and deploy them to LA, states explicitly that those powers shall be granted through the governor of the state. And Gavin Newsom did not give Trump consent to federalize the National Guard.
He doesn't need consent. He's the commander-in-chief. He can send in the Marines if he wants.
Okay, but under that statute.
Well, so what you're saying is that
statute,
I'm actually going to grant this. So I'm actually going to grant that there was a process error here. Let's just grant it for the sake of it and say that you're right, that there's a process error. Trump is the commander. Trump is the commander. Hang on. Calm down, bro. Calm down. I'll grant the argument. Okay, all right, go ahead.
I'd let you speak a lot.
Go ahead.
The reason. Wait, I lost my train. Never mind. Do your thing. I lost my train of thought.
Are you sure? Okay, so you should just let me finish, bro. I would have let you have all the time in the world to talk. So anyway, the point here is that yes, Trump's the commander-in-chief.
He's such a shit.
So when I look at Article 2, I mean, he can broadly do what he wants with the military. He can pretty broadly do that. Him sending in the National Guard, him sending in the Marine Corps, I think he did have executive authority to do. Not only that, I'm not even sure that if I were to grant to you that there was some process error here, how that would necessarily be him accumulating power to himself. Even if there was a process error, that doesn't seem like an accumulation of centralizing authority. The president already is the commander-in-chief. Already.
I don't know if I would categorize it as a processing error. I would say it's a direct violation of the statute that he himself cited as to having power to deploy the National Guard.
Do you think that Trump himself sat down in an office and read through all of this? Or do you think that he was reliant on people around him to tell him what authorities he has and doesn't have?
Well, Trump's administration, it's the same thing.
Okay, so you think that there was people around him who sat down with him and explained that he has the set authorities, right? Can you answer my question? Yeah, sure. So that doesn't sound to me like the process of a person who's trying to accumulate maximum amounts of power to himself, but rather a person who's utilizing... Hang on, man. Let me make the point and then he can respond.
Okay, so Trump isn't trying to accumulate power, but his administration is. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, that wouldn't... even that wouldn't logically follow. So let's walk it through logically. You're president of the United States and you want to send the military in order to enforce law and order. And you and your administration probably think that you have that authority and that you're complying with the Constitution when you do that. That would be the opposite of you trying to accumulate power. That would be you instead just enforcing your role as the commander-in-chief, yeah?
It can.
No.
Have hot peppers.
No. Oh, okay.
No, if it's directly violating a statute that you yourself cited, or at least someone else in your administration cited, it means there are legal professionals who are either incompetent or directly maliciously forgetting or leaving out or being negligible towards that part of the statute.
So are you saying
that doesn't follow either. It could easily just be that they were wrong. Couldn't it just be they were wrong? Like, it doesn't logically follow that either means that they were a bunch of incompetent boobs or they were malicious.
It's a one-page statute.
They were wrong.
It's a one-page statute. If you're not legally competent enough to read and interpret a one-page statute, you don't deserve to have a spot in office. No.
Well, hang on. Maybe I can even grant that if you're too incompetent to be able to interpret this law correctly, that still doesn't make your case that it's an accumulation of power, does it? Still doesn't make your case. I can do this all day, man. I'm having a good time.
I just want to ask a simple question. Do you think it's incompetence to read like a 5-letter sentence? The powers shall be granted through the governor of the state.
Yeah, so do you understand that?
Competence, or do you think that's
when it comes to legalese, legal terms have a different definition than normative terms and different definitions than philosophical terms. Those in turn have different definitions of. I'm sorry that I'm not going to allow for equivocation.
You don't even know what the statute is. What is 12406? Tell us what 12406 is, buddy.
You tell us what it is.
Yeah, it's the National Guard and Federal. It's the National Guard and Federal Service Call. And it only allows for rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States.
Gotcha.
So again,
that's not all it is, though.
No,
it's not.
You're sure about that?
If the governors of the states won't enforce the law, then the president can.
That's not at all what the statute says. That's not at all what the statute says.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So
he's reading something totally different.
So what?
Well, hang on. Before we get totally derailed, I would like to finish the exchange.
It does not say the president can just.
So anyway,
let's finish my point because you're so scared of it. But go ahead.
Back to your point. Calm down.
Let Andrew speak, please.
Yeah, we're just trying. I don't know why. Like, if you were having an exchange with my debate partner, I wouldn't be jumping in and derailing every 5 seconds. Just calm down. We'll get to whatever your points are, dude. We have a lot of debate.
No, you're gonna run away from. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh man, we'll pull it up one at a time. I promise. We'll do it one at a time, whatever your points are. So anyway. Back to this. If that's the case, that legal definitions have different definitions than medical definitions, philosophical definitions, when you have lawyers who are involved in these things telling you what you can or can't do in the exercise of your authority, and you defer to them, even if you can make the case that this is complete incompetence or even in some way misleading even, it doesn't actually demonstrate that this is an attempt to accumulate centralized power, and that's what you're here to prove, not whether or not you don't find
that bug annoys me so bad.
You're here to prove that he's trying to centralize his authority, and that's what you need to demonstrate.
I don't want to do this right now.
I think it's malicious.
Prove it.
It's incredibly simple legalese. Like, it's plain and simple. There was a whole case. Governor Newsom sued the Trump admin. I think Judge Charles Breyer was the district attorney that just ruled in Newsom's favor, saying that yes, this is illegal. This violated that statute as well as the.
And which court was that? Which court?
What do you mean which court? It was.
Which court was this ruled against Trump? Which court?
It was. I don't know the name of
It's okay. I don't expect you to remember everything off the top of your head. You can pull up the court. That's fine.
Like the specific
court. Are you asking if it's a district court or an appellate court or a Supreme Court? Is that
yes?
Okay.
Yes, and which district
appellate court?
Because remember that many of these courts they often fail when it comes to appeal. Many of them are appealed very quickly on various decisions, and just because you have a decision desk right away doesn't mean that through an appeals process these things won't be overturned. You just making the declaration that right now as they're going through the process it seems to have favored Newsom doesn't mean that ultimately it will.
Well,
ultimately they have what?
Initially. So Newsom initially filed back in June when Trump initially deployed the National Guard, and then it went to Judge Breyer. He ruled in favor of a TRO, and then that went to a different court.
Was this by chance the Ninth Circuit? Was this the Ninth Circuit maybe? Which circuit? Which circuit? Which court was this, bro? I want to pull up the case. We'll go through it.
I think it was the San Francisco. I think he was the district attorney of San Francisco.
The district attorney, the court of the district attorney of San Francisco, bro? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I'm trying to.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you asking for an exact court? What do you?
Yes, I'm asking you which court and what the case was, homie. So we can pull it up. We'll go through it.
Yeah, just look up Judge Charles Breyer. Judge Charles Breyer.
Judge Breyer.
It was literally decided on literally yesterday or today. All you have to do is look up Judge Charles Breyer.
Okay, I'm gonna let you sit there for
preliminary
and then we'll get back to your We'll get back to your
filed by Judge Charles Breyer.
Okay.
That's what. Just look that up.
Yeah, so I believe that rests on the idea that this was having to do with posse comitatus, which is one of the biggest issues because they cannot conduct lawfare activities. That's one of the reasons why they came up with that, and that was a direct violation of that. That's why I think Judge Breyer kind of ruled on.
Yeah, that was the Marines. That one was the Marines, though. That's also another good point, though, is the Marines conducting civil law or law enforcement.
That would be more like posse comitatus.
Yeah, that was the posse comitatus one.
Yeah, but posse comitatus is just saying that the United States of America really isn't supposed to act as a police force generally.
Mm-hmm. It also had to do with the National Guard.
Shortly after the National Guard was as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't see how any of this is giving me a demonstration that the administration is trying to centralize authority by sending in the troops in order to quell riots inside of California. That seems if I were the executive, I would think that would be my duty, and under Article 2, that I had the authority to do that, especially if the administration around me was expressing that I did.
So you don't think that turning a state power into a federal power, specifically governed by the executive, is the executive gaining more power?
I think that the executive is very clearly outlined in Article 2 as being the commander-in-chief.
I just answered the question.
I am answering the question.
No, you're not answering the
well,
question.
I don't think that's pivoting. Okay, well, here, that's not a yes or no answer. Let me ask you this.
No, it's not. Answer the question.
Okay.
Stop pivoting.
Have you been gay for 6 months or 7 months?
I've been gay ever since I saw your dad.
Yeah, so you've been gay for 6 months or 7 months?
Ever since I saw your dad, so about 4 months.
Yeah, is that 6 months or 7 months? So you've been gay for 4 months? If you ask a loaded question, what you did was you asked a question which is loaded. You gave me a false binary, right? A yes or no question can't be loaded. If you give me the binary, hang on, calm down, dude. Calm down, dude. Calm down. If you give me a question where you say something like this, would you say, do you think that Trump usurping state power is not yes or no? It's like, well, that has a presupposition that he's doing that, and I haven't granted that he is yet. I'm willing to answer yes or no to your questions, but don't load them. Be good faith.
That's fair.
There's more pivoting off here like a basketball game.
Yeah. Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. So Andrews, sorry, just one thing. Just fuck the context of everything else happening. Just my question on its own, yes or no?
Any question on your own, repeat it.
The question on its own. So, the federal government taking a state entity, federalizing it, specifically under the purview of the executive order, would that be the executive branch accumulating more power?
Not necessarily, one, but two, there could be good context and reason for it, and they could have the authority to do it. So the answer is no. It wouldn't entail that would be an accumulation of centralized power authority. No.
You said not necessarily. Can you elaborate why not necessarily? So is there an instance in which
because there could be context here which would show that he has the authority to do so. If he has the authority to do so, that's not an accumulation of additional powers, is it?
So what if
that legal authority?
Yeah, but hang on. Can you answer my question now? If it's shown that he has the authority to do so, that would not actually, in context, show that he's accumulating more power to himself, would it?
Not necessarily.
Yes
no. Yeah, not necessarily.
Yeah, and that's a fair answer. Not necessarily. I agree.
Yeah, but Andrew,
no, and I wasn't saying it's a wrong answer. What I was saying, though, is because, again, I think the biggest hang-up right here is whether or not he has the legal authority to do so. And I think that's one big marker of this administration is that they go after these weird little legalese loopholes that have been used but not in this context. And so when we get down to it, this is kind of the issue here, right? Is that right now, on its face, it certainly seems as though he has defied the governor's wishes, at least on its face. When Governor Newsom says, hey, I don't want these people down here, on that base alone, you could say he has the authority, but it's not denying the fact that he has subverted the will of Gavin Newsom.
I'll concede the point that Newsom definitely did not want Trump to federalize his National Guard or send in the Marines. That's not in question.
Okay, so then Trump subverted the will of the governor then?
Well, I think that they had contrary agendas there, sure. If you say subvert the will, I don't know if I'd use the language subvert the will. He disagreed that he didn't have the authority to nationalize the troops if Gavin Newsom wasn't executing his job as the governor. I don't know if that's...
So did Governor... Wait, it's very simple. This is very simple. Do you think that Governor Newsom did or did not want the National Guard on LA streets?
He definitely didn't want him there. Yeah, definitely did.
And then what did Trump do?
So Trump sent in the troops and he federalized the Guard.
So he defied Governor Newsom's orders. Thank you.
Yeah, but that was not... So remember how just 5 seconds ago I just told you that thing you're saying thank you to was not even in fucking question? So what are you saying thank you about?
So, okay, because what you're trying to say is that
it's no power to himself.
I'm glad you asked. Because even though what your argument is that it's a justified defiance and it's a justified consolidation of power to the executive branch because some legalese loophole, what you don't realize is you just admitted in and of yourself that he defied the will of a governor, and it looks like he's going to defy the will of the governor in Chicago or Illinois as well. So it's wild to me that you're like, well, because there's a legalese loophole that it's not consolidation of power. I still think it's consolidation of power when he openly defies what the governor's wishes are.
Yeah, but you're actually contradicting yourself here. I'll show you I'll literally show you the line of logic, how you just went to A and then not A. You've already admitted that it's not necessarily the case that if you defy the will of a governor or subvert the will of a governor, that means you're accumulating power to yourself. You've already conceded that point. Both of you just did. And then you go on to say that because he did, that means he is. That's absurd, man. And not only that, let me give you the second. Hang on, calm down, bro. I just let this guy talk. I didn't interrupt him once.
We were saying that we shouldn't load,
bro.
Like, our language.
I'm not. How do you know what I'm saying? You won't let me even get it out. Calm the fuck down. So anyway, we have A.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna get shit out.
He just gave the spiel I'm responding to. I didn't interrupt him at all. So anyway, the point is that not only did you just concede that doesn't necessarily mean you're trying to accumulate more power to yourself, but let's just look at this in broader context. If he has the authority and thinks he has the authority, he's not broadening his authority, he's just exercising it. Like, why won't you guys contend with that?
Okay, what if
he's just exercising his authority for what? Wait, he's exercising his authority to do what? To guess what? Defy the governor's wishes. I know you're trying to run away from that point.
If he has the authority to do that, so then he
do you think it's, wait, no, so I want to ask something here real quick. Andrew, do you think consolidation of power, because I think this is where we're getting lost here, do you think consolidation of power only has to be done in the legal sense? Do you think consolidation of power can take place in a legal sense? I think consolidation of power can absolutely take place in a legal sense. Can it not? Okay, thank you. So you just admitted then, if you're saying then that it can happen in a legal sense, Donald Trump defying Governor Newsom's wishes to send in the National Guard, you just admitted that that's a form of consolidation of power. It can be done in a legal sense. You just ruined your entire argument.
Let's test this logically, because again, what you're saying just makes zero sense, and I'll demonstrate it to you. There's a famous case in which the governor did not want the National Guard to be mobilized because they were going to enforce the laws that blacks could not attend white schools. Okay, very famous case. And the president went ahead and, well, he federalized the National Guard there anyway against the governor's wish. Would you say that he was accumulating more power to himself by doing that?
No, because he was directly fighting governor that was engaged in insurrection.
Now let your partner answer too. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think you could argue he was accumulating more power. But again, the idea.
Okay. So by him letting black kids go to school, he was trying to accumulate more power for himself.
Because here's what's Andrew. No, because this is what's. No, let me explain. Because Andrew Wilson likes it. No, Andrew Wilson likes to try to emotionally load this, and I get what he did, and that's perfectly fine. And I'll go ahead and explain myself with what I'm saying.
Ahead,
he tried to emotionally load that word consolidation of power. I'm not emotionally loading that word. Let's be very clear. Because in Andrew's context, he views us as if we're trying to use the connotation of consolidation of power as being an inherently negative thing. It doesn't inherently have to be a negative thing or a positive thing. I think the president going in, and even though it's a consolidation of power and stopping these, bringing the National Guard to prevent. You were saying bringing the National Guard to prevent black students from entering in. Yeah, it could be consolidation of power. It's probably a negative thing to do that. Wait, that was a negative thing to do that.
Yeah, it
was a negative. Wait, negative thing.
Accumulating power, and that's not a good thing or bad thing. It's loaded that it would be a bad.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm mixing up. I'm short wiring.
No, wait, hold on. Wait. Well, hold on. The prompt of the debate is
Trump's defenders
is he accumulating power, and is that good or bad? And so obviously there are like two parts to it. So sometimes maybe, but they'll still have arguments. So they are.
I think we're untangling it. But hang on, I think we're untangling it.
The wires across.
Yeah, then that's fine.
I mean, they're taking a maximalist approach. They don't really care. They're now under the impression that anything labeled executive branch means that he has ultimate authority over it. Checks and balances be damned. Because it's Trump. If it were Biden doing it, I think they'd be pretty up in fucking arms.
Calm down, and you would actually.
Don't even do that.
Tie you up.
You're the one smoking a cigarette, buddy.
I'm gonna keep tying you up, bro. I'll just keep tying you up because you're not going to be good faith. You're just going to get trapped by your own words time.
I'm being good. Wait, how am I not being good faith? How am I not being good? You're the one smoking. How am I being bad faith?
It's bad faith to smoke.
I said, how am I being bad faith?
Yeah, but you just said you're the one smoking. How am I being bad faith? That infers it's bad faith to smoke.
No, you said, why are you freaking out? You're smoking. Anyways, I don't need to smoke.
Yeah, I smoke every day. That's because I freak out? Or
smoking man bad.
Okay. I know you're so hung up and you're pivoting. I'm allowing you to pivot. That's okay. Let's get back to the argument.
So let Andrew finish.
Yeah. So the thing is like, I'm trying to untangle these two concepts as well. We want to untangle whether or not, good, bad, from whether or not we can even agree that you're accumulating or consolidating more power onto your branch. I would make the point, and I think that you guys would agree with this if you were at least good faith, like we were ready to make concessions on whether or not there's certain accumulations to the executive branch under Trump and then argue whether or not those things were good. Here I'm just not willing to make the concession because it sounds like you guys are just saying even if he's exercising authority he already has that's accumulating power to himself. That doesn't, I don't know how you square that circle or circle that square or whatever you want to call it. How exactly do you reconcile this for me?
Yeah, I'm glad.
I think the point that we're trying to make is that he doesn't have the authority to do this.
How does he not have the authority?
When he's directly violating that 12406 statute that says...
Read that statute.
Okay, I can pull it up if you want.
Yep, pull it up.
Because earlier you guys were talking about pulling up the Breyer court case as well, who supposedly ruled on this, didn't he?
Yeah, because the 12406 mentions rebellion against the state authority, and when the state authority doesn't actually enforce it themselves.
So Title 10 U.S. Code 12406, National Guard and Federal Service Call. The United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. There is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the states. The president may call in federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such members as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those federal laws. Orders of these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, or in the case of the District of Columbia, through the Commanding General of the National Guard of the District of Columbia.
Interesting. Now tell me about a rebellion. What is a rebellion?
What is the law?
Remember, this is very clear legalese. Remember, this is very clear legalese. Remember, what's a rebellion, bro?
Apparently,
it's very clear legalese.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
It's very clear legalese.
Yeah.
Shit.
What's a rebellion?
What is it?
Would that be when you're like sort of targeting state buildings, or?
And it's like more of a coordinated group of like a coordinated group rising up against the government. I'd probably broadly say that's what.
Maybe if they were like going and hitting ice buildings, government buildings, these sorts of things, and the government wasn't doing anything about it.
Not a single person is contesting that's the case.
Okay. So he had the authority.
No one here is saying that.
So he had the authority.
We're arguing over who has the authority to federalize the National Guard.
Okay, so there was a rebellion hitting government buildings. He has the authority. He hasn't accumulated anything. Thank you.
You realize that even if those conditions are met, you still have to have authority from the city government. Yeah, that's what the statute says.
No, he doesn't.
Where?
The president can exercise the authority if there is an uprising and the governor's not doing anything about it.
The president may call into federal service members and the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through governors of
Sounds right to me.
Like, I understand you're Australian, but I didn't realize you couldn't speak English.
Oh, so you're using the Australian fallacy. I see how it is.
Hey, I got a question. This is kind of I feel like
isn't real. It doesn't mean you can't read, okay?
I want to go back to the earlier point that Andrew openly stated that you can consolidate power even albeit legally, and we mentioned that multiple times. And so this is what I'm trying to say is even if I were to work in your example and say that this were legal, which again it's working its way through the courts to determine, and again we're going to Judge Breyer's case to determine the legal.
I think that I agree with that.
So again, when we look at the idea, if we look at the idea, you can. Oh, good. This is too. This is unfair, Tom. No, I'm playing. So when it comes to that, though, you just acknowledged that even if it's legal, it does not change the fact that you can still have consolidation of power to the executive branch. And I think that y'all kind of already, just by way of that law, saying that the president would overtake the National Guard, then you pair that with the fact that Trump is now sending them into California, even against Governor Newsom's wishes. Both of those, in my opinion, just based on the statute, just based on Gavin Newsom denying that, would be consolidation necessarily. Now, we can talk about whether or not it was a negative or a good thing. That's a whole different conversation.
So we can. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought you were tying it off. Go ahead.
No, I tied it off.
Okay, so yeah, we can make those simple concessions that just don't hurt our argument at all. Sure, I concede that you can accumulate power to yourself via legal mode, via force, via all sorts of different things, through coercion. There's all sorts of ways in which you can accumulate power. My basic argument to you is simple, though. If it's the case that he already has the authority to do these things, and presidents before him did, they just did not. They did not do the things, but they had the authority to. Then he's not actually accumulating any more power to himself. He's just exercising the authority he already has. That's the argument. And so when you say, well, it's working its way through the courts, I agree with that. It's working its way through the courts. When it's finally settled through the courts, if he defies it like Jackson did and then goes and butchers the Indians anyway, I think you would have a good case to make that now you have defied the courts, you have done it anyway, and now there's a serious problem and a constitutional crisis, and now you've accumulated more power to your branch than was otherwise supposed to be there. But that's not what's going on here. You're just saying that he's exercising authority that he thinks he has. I agree that he's exercising authority he thinks he has, and that is working its way through the courts as it's contested by people who don't think so. But that's not really demonstrating that he's accumulating more authority to himself.
No, I would say, again, you're reframing my argument. I said initially, and again, we'll rehash this. I said that this is inherently, just based on the statute alone, of the president assuming the power of the state's National Guard. That in and of itself is consolidation. That act is consolidating the power of the National Guard, removing it from the state and giving it to the federal government. How is it not if you're taking over? You can say it's legal, but we just agreed. You just agreed with me that it could be a legal authority and it could still be consolidating the power. So
I want to show you something so that you understand what I'm saying here. Let's assume for a second it was always within the purview of the office of the President of the United States to nationalize any guard unit they wanted, just hypothetically. They could just do that anytime they felt like doing it. They were allowed to via constitutional provision. Now, let's say that we had 50 presidents who never did do that, but we had one who did do that in order to execute some laws that they thought needed to be executed under their watch. That's not an accumulation of additional powers or authority to that president.
That's not my argument.
Hang on.
How about we go back to my argument, Andrew, because you're trying to reframe it. Go ahead. Go back to my original argument.
Bro, we'll go back.
You interrupted me, so I'm just interrupting you. Please reframe. Stop trying to reframe. You interrupted me when I was talking about what I was saying.
Listen, we're never going to get where I can't tie off my arguments, dude. I'll let you tie off your arguments.
And I wasn't able to. Okay, go ahead.
I promise. I'll let you tie off your argument. So the point here that I'm just trying to make to you is that would not be accumulating additional authority to yourself. This is working its way through the court. What you would have to demonstrate to me in order to demonstrate that this is an accumulation of additional authority that the executive is not supposed to have, you would have to demonstrate that somehow. That's what I'm looking for. That's what the claim should be. Whatever your claim is irrelevant if you're not demonstrating how he's accumulating more power to himself. Yeah, to steelman your claim, you're saying
what is
that I'm steelmanning it. Do you want me to or not?
How about you tell me what my claim is? I don't want you to steal. I want you to tell me.
That's what a steelman is, you dipshit.
I want you to tell me what my claim is. I don't want you to steelman. I want you to repeat back to me what my claim was. It was very clear.
Steelman your claim. You want me to steelman it? You want me to
steelman? You're trying to reinforce my claim. I want you to provide my claim. What was the claim I provided? You're running away from it because you're not listening. My claim was very succinct, very easy to understand. It is the idea.
If he's executing the legalese, he's accumulating more authority to himself, definitionally.
No, wrong. Thank you. You can play back the tape. I did not say that. I said that if the president were to go in and take over the National Guard, he is necessarily consolidating power to the executive branch. Not that he's accumulating more power. Keep it in focus, Andrew. I know you're not listening, but listen. Consolidating power, not more power, not accumulating anything more than any other president. It is very succinct, very simple. And I could go back to my introduction in which I made the claim that is Donald Trump consolidating power at the executive branch? The answer is absolutely yes. I made that as my original claim. It's still my claim today. It's not accumulating more power to the executive branch. I know that's what you want it to be, but that's not what it is. So how about you start listening and engaging with the actual arguments instead of pivoting like a basketball player?
Okay, so how do you centralize power without accumulating more power?
How can you centralize power without consolidating more power? You don't think you consolidate? Wait. You just agree. Now you're trying to pivot again. Because here's the thing. You initially said that you can't consolidate. You just said that you can consolidate power legally. And I've already exhibited where he defied Governor Newsom by sending the National Guard into Los Angeles, which means, guess what? He's necessarily consolidating power to the executive branch. That's just by definition what's happening.
That makes no sense. Calm down and let me respond now, okay? Me saying that I agree with you that you can legally consolidate power, the entailment there is I think that you're legally doing something to give yourself some powers you didn't have before. Otherwise, what is consolidation of power? What is consolidation of power except the granting of yourself more powers? What else could it even mean? Can you tell me that? What does it even mean?
Yeah, power would mean taking powers from places that the power already
aren't yours
and bringing it together.
I'm
you're putting the toys in one place.
And that's it. You're right, and that's exactly what that statute just said. It literally said that the president could take over the National Guard of California. That statute, in and of itself, consolidates power to the executive branch. And let's be very clear, it ebbs and flows. There are times where you consolidate power, and there's times where you don't consolidate power, right? You may lose some power at the executive branch and not consolidate. It ebbs and flows. There are times where it goes back and forth.
Is consolidation of power the granting of yourself more power or not?
Is that not granting yourself more power or granting yourself power?
Or giving yourself some sort of additional powers. How else could you consolidate?
You keep saying additional.
Well, hold on, wait, because these are we are getting lost on the semantics. Because granting yourself power means that you are granting yourself something that you didn't have power of. So it's necessarily more power one way or the other.
Even if I were to play that game, necessarily in the statute, that's what it's exactly doing. It's giving the president a power that he not had before until he invoked that act. That's exactly what that is.
So in this circle, this is power in the United States. Let's say that it's 50-50 state to federal. If you're consolidating it, you'd be trying to consolidate more of the 100, right? More of the power in the circle.
Wouldn't that be what consolidation means in this context?
So let me get this right. Before Section 12406, whatever it was,
question, dude. Does it mean?
You don't answer the question. So I'm going to say what I want to say.
I'll answer every question. Yes,
Section 12406. Specifically, before that was invoked, guess what? Who had the power? Newsom had the power to invoke the National Guard. Donald Trump then necessarily invokes Section 12406 to then now say, I have the authority to consolidate power to the executive branch and take over the National Guard and send the National Guard down to Los Angeles. That act in and of itself consolidates power to the executive branch. You agree?
You already have the authority, bro. But the thing is, it's funny here that I don't understand is like, I think that we can figure this out really easily if you answer Jake's question. If we think of power as a circle, this entire circle of power here, right, and you have, 10% of it, how do you consolidate for 11% without the necessary entailment being there's more power? I actually don't understand that. Maybe you can help me out.
Because sometimes you go in and sometimes you go out. There's presidents who have not invoked Section 12406.
Sometimes you go out.
If you're talking about a circle, there are sometimes that it goes closer to the center, there's sometimes it goes further out.
Yeah, but aren't you always granting yourself more powers that you didn't previously have?
Hold on. It would necessarily be more power, but he's saying that it's power that you're allowed to grant yourself. And so technically you have the power to grant yourself that power, but it's still more power one way or the other. Like
Right. You have but this is very important. This is extremely important. You have the ability to consolidate power, but you're not utilizing that power to consolidate it to the executive branch. It's just like, for example, if we were to invoke the Insurrection Act, okay? Let's just move it kind of forward and hoping that we can move forward. If you were to invoke the Insurrection Act, necessarily by that in and of itself, you are consolidating power at the federal branch. But at the time, we're not consolidating power because we're not invoking the Insurrection Act. Just because it's there and you're not utilizing it, that then in and of itself, once you utilize it, that's the moment that you consolidate power.
Then I don't actually see how
you don't have to create.
Yeah, but hang on. I still don't actually see how you get additional powers from this if you're just invoking powers you already have. I don't see how that's additional to. What your argument seems to be is that if it's the case, hang on.
Go ahead.
Make the argument. Calm down. I'll make the argument. What you seem to be saying is like, I have the power to go over and get a Snickers bar, but I don't go and get a Snickers bar. One day I do exercise my power to go get the Snickers bar, and now I have more power because I have the Snickers bar? Is that the basic argument here?
Well, so the reason I'm trying to clear this up is because I do think, just real quick, I think it is a semantic difference, whereas like normally if we would say, is Donald Trump or is the U.S. president in charge of state policing? I think most everybody would say no, they're not in charge of state policing. But in this case, he is, right? So in this case, he has added a responsibility and something that he's now in charge of, which would make it to where he has that power. I would assume you guys would agree at least on that much, in that it is just kind of semantic differences. And that
no, it seems to me like if you have the authority. Yeah, if you have the authority to do X thing and it's granted to you already, and all you do is enforce X thing that's already been granted to you as a power or authority, that doesn't sound to me like a consolidation of additional powers. What it sounds to me like is that you're utilizing the authority granted to you in the office to execute your duties. That's not, for me, that would be the opposite of a consolidation of power. Consolidation of power to me would mean something akin to you're using your authority and abilities to grant more powers to your office or to your station that you would not ordinarily have, which then gives you more power over other branches of government. Not that you already have these authorities in place and you're utilizing them. I don't think that people would ever consider that to be power consolidation, man. That seems to defy the very sense of what we're talking about.
Well, again, I think that's why it's semantics, because you're saying they're saying you have the authority to take the authority, but you wouldn't normally have the authority. The president isn't normally in charge of local policing.
Well, we're not debating you, Tom, but let me answer.
I understand that.
I understand what you mean when you say that, Andrew. Like, if it's within your purview, like if you have the capacity to deploy that power already, then it's not necessarily consolidating power because it's already under your whatever jurisdiction, right? Would you say that's the point you're trying to get at?
Yeah, if you already have the authorities granted to you, it's like a cop. A cop may have the authority to arrest people and never make any arrests. But one day he makes an arrest and you say he's consolidating power. Like, that doesn't make any sense. He's just exercising the authority within the duties that he already has. He's not really getting any additional powers.
Okay, yeah,
I understand. At this point.
Well, I think it does. I think it does. I think it does entail that consolidation of powers. You're giving yourself powers you didn't have.
Yeah,
I think that's what it entails.
I think that's kind of what at least I'm arguing. I was gone for a second, so I don't necessarily know what Vince was trying to get at. But what I'm trying to argue is that Trump didn't have that authority then and there to federalize the National Guard.
Okay, but this you agree with me.
That's why I would say it's consolidation.
But you agree with me that even if you have a ruling right now that's in your favor, that this is working its way through the courts, and we don't have this established yet. This is still an ongoing court case, and so you can't really even say if it's ongoing and it's embattled by both sides. Both sides think that they're correct here. You can't really use this as a reference to say that this is established because it's not established yet. We have not actually determined that he was outside of his authority to do this yet.
Okay, maybe we can have like a middle ground. If it turns out that the court or whatever the final say on the matter is that it ends up ruling in Newsom's favor. Would you say it's a consolidation of power at that point?
Yeah, if the case is that when it's all said and done and settled, I think he would have a much better case to make that there was some sort of consolidation going on there where he was giving himself additional powers that he did not have before. I'd be willing to grant that. But then we would have to get to the next step here, which is, why would that be bad again? If it's the case that you have a governor who's refusing to enforce the laws which are inside of his state, and he's putting people at the mercy of mobs, which he was doing, we watched it live. Even if it's the case that Trump did grant that to himself and was able to suppress this, and then later it was struck down as being something which was unconstitutional, it still seems like he did a good thing.
So why would you say that Newsom isn't enforcing the law? And it's specifically not Newsom. I think it would be Karen.
Because I was watching as hundreds of donut eaters were standing around as people were tearing a city to pieces. That's why. And it was very obvious that they were given stand down orders, because otherwise they would have been in there clubbing and drubbing these fuckers half to death and dragging them to fucking jail, which they started doing the second that the Marine Corps got there. So, and I watched all of it happen live. I watched all of it unfold live. So did the thousands and thousands of people right now who are watching this live. They watched it with me. It was very clear they had stand down orders. And so, no, I think that that's a dereliction of duty by the California governor and by the mayor of Los Angeles. And if I were the executive and I thought that I had the power to send in the troops or federalize the troops in order to quell that, I would have fucking done it too. And I think you guys would, that's a good thing.
So you're saying the Marines quelled the protests?
Yes, I am saying that. Yes, 100%.
How many? Do you know when? Do you know when?
Like, do you have an example of like?
Yeah. So here's what happened. So as you watch the riots unfold, before there was any nationalized troops which were there, they basically allowed them to burn certain square blocks and loot them and do their rioting stuff and this type of thing. The second the military got there, you saw the protesters kind of come out and try to act like they were going to come out in force, right? But these guardsmen and Marines were having none of that. They were beating the shit out of these guys in public. They had no fucks at all to give about it. None. Zero. And when we got to their famous day of rage, the day it was all supposed to pop off, you should have seen all the content creators who were on camera saying, oh man, today's the day. It's all going to pop off now. And they didn't do shit because they would have got their asses whooped. They would have got their asses whooped, and they knew they would have gotten their asses whooped. And they all went home, and nothing happened. It fizzled out, completely fizzled out.
Wrong. He's patently wrong. So I'll present. No, I've got some actual facts here because I know Andrew didn't prepare for this. June 6th, early anti-ICE protests amounted to about 1,000 people. June 7th, the 9th, and the 10th, that's when the National Guard and Marines were deployed. It was around that time that we also saw, because again, it was only like a day later, that we saw the rocks being thrown from the freeway and things of that nature. But it was after 4 days later that we saw over 30,000 protesters. It amplified for No King's Day. That was a Saturday. So again, the idea that the Marines quelled all the protests and they all went home, there was 30,000 people that attended on June 14th. You're patently wrong on this, Andrew.
Yeah, so let's go through it. No King's Day was pre-planned weeks in advance, by the way. Weeks in advance. We were going into the calls. We were going into the organizers' calls live. You can literally see live footage.
Did it quell them or no?
Calm down.
Did it quell them or no?
I'm explaining the entirety of the timeline.
Go ahead.
Jake went in live to one of these calls, in fact, as the organizers were planning this in real time, what they were going to do, what they weren't going to do. And this was an NGO planned and funded thing that was going to happen. The fact that you say, oh, 30,000 people turned out, that's true. That was expected. What was not expected is that the 30,000 people would go home at the stroke of 8 p.m. and would burn the fucking city down. That was because the Marine Corps was there. It was going to happen.
No, not because you said 8 p.m.
Oh yeah, it was going to happen with that one.
8 p.m. Yeah, they went home around 8 p.m. This was widely known amongst protesters that at 8 p.m. usually those people who are out afterwards are the troublemakers. Those are the ones who should not be there. So typically, yes, people go home at 8 p.m. on a Saturday because they have family, not because of Marines, because that's how all protests happen. Literally all protests.
Before they got there, before the guard got there, what was going on? They were tearing that city to pieces at night. They were starting it on fire. They were busting shit. They were breaking things. They were setting buildings on fire. They were looting. We were watching it, bro. We watched it all happen.
Lost control.
This idea that you have that No King's Day was supposed to actually be a peaceful day of protest, when you watch all of their calls and how they planned this out meticulously for how, if you get arrested, what type of bail funds you can use, this type of thing, if you're there after hours, they obviously were trying to pivot it to something popping off there in the evenings. It was so obvious to everybody watching it. Of course, not you, though. You were giving all of these people who were breaking, rioting, and looting the benefit of the doubt that, oh, no, they were just, after No King's Day, that was just all going to stop, though. Yeah.
So again, when we look at the, I want to look at the original claim that Andrew made, that after the Marines came in, that they went away. They didn't. There was 30,000 people that attended. So again, the claim was just patently wrong.
No, the claim I made was that so after the military got there, you did see them ramp up. They said that they were going to do that. They also said that they were going to claim that the newfound violence in the city was that they were going to pin it on the fact that the military was being deployed, and that was what was actually causing the unrest. But the unrest was there long before any military ever got there. They were breaking shit, damaging property, setting stuff on fire. They were already doing that shit. So the thing is, all that happened. Yeah, all that happened here is that they were going to try to make a message. They were going to try to send a message with their political unrest against the military. Found out they weren't going to. They fuck around, find out. Once they figured that out,
people
they
came
started
out
going home. You actually could see.
Yeah, 30,000 people came out, but
every single day that these guys would get their asses whooped. The next day, way less of them were out at night. And then the next after that, less of them were out.
Do more people come out for protests during the weekend or during the weekday? Do more people come out for a protest during the weekend or the weekday?
Obviously on the weekend.
Oh, okay. So that's exactly what happened. They came out during the weekend.
Did anybody dispute that there was going to be more people there on No King's Day? No. In fact, I told you that was the entire plan. The entire plan was to have it accumulate on this day. It's just that the plan wasn't that they all went home afterwards because they didn't want their asses whooped and to get thrown into jail. That was not part of their plan.
Gotcha. So again, the original claim you made that after the Marines, they went away, zero, zilch, I believe is the word used, is factually incorrect. We've already proven that. We can move on. Tom, if you want to.
No, we were talking about the fucking rioters, not human beings. We're talking about rioters.
Oh, now we're qualifying it because Andrew was proven wrong. All right.
So you can't take obvious context clues or what? You think I was just talking about an estimate of people themselves, even though I granted?
That's fine. You can add a qualifier afterwards, Andrew. You're totally okay. Do that. Go ahead. Add that qualifier. That's okay.
Go ahead. What's the next thing? By the way, how does any of that demonstrate that Trump was accumulating more power to himself?
Exactly.
It doesn't.
Accumulating more, but I digress. We can go on to the next one if you want.
I thought the reason that you guys were going over that is that, like, if he didn't, if there were rioters, then this would have, like, give him the ability to enact the powers that he has to send in the National Guard.
They were definitely rioters.
I thought that's what it was over, is whether or not the police were actually doing their jobs to stop them.
We already established that. Yeah, they were definitely rioters. They were definitely hitting government buildings. The police weren't doing their job. Governor Newsom was trying to resist help, and then Trump sent in the National Guard. People started getting arrested a lot more. The government buildings stopped getting fucked with, and the No Kings protest, something that was organized in the wake of organized in advance of these protests. Despite everything that was happening in LA, they still organized all these protests around. So I mean, yeah, I think that if it wasn't for the National Guard, then it would have been another summer of love.
Yeah, me too. And so does every other thinking, objective person who actually covered it. Did you cover it, dude? Did you actually cover it?
The one, I think I did. I actually did say that Trump consolidated, well, I didn't say specifically consolidated power, but Trump did send in the National Guard against Gavin Newsom's wishes, which was a consolidation of power. But
I don't believe that's the consolidation of power, though.
We already demonstrated it's not actually.
Yeah, I think anyone can agree that sending in the National Guard obviously is going to quell, like more violent protests. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that. I think
no, he's disagreeing with that. Literally, your debate partner's disagreeing with that. Literally, he's literally disagreeing with it.
Yeah, I think that is the.
I think the issue is we would kind of argue like there's a scaling to it, right? Like I think we would probably make the claim, or no, I would make the claim that sending in the National Guard is overkill compared to what was necessary.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Did you actually cover those riots? Were you actually watching them in real time as they were unfolding?
Yeah, I was watching a lot of them.
Okay. Then the thing is, then do you remember when there was at the corner of that neighborhood with the donut shop and the two pawn shops that there was hundreds of cops who were in a semicircle around them, standing down and watching them loot an AMPM, watching them set things on fire, watching them throw bombs of all types, bombs, not kidding, bombs. They were detonating everywhere, and they stood down and just watched it. Why do you think that the cops didn't go in when on other nights, when the same type of activity was happening after the military got there? Why do you think the cops were running those people down at that point with their various teams, their shielded teams, and beating the holy shit out of them and dragging them off of the streets? Why do you think that they decided to stand down before that? Because they were told to stand down, dude. That's why.
I don't necessarily know about the specifics in that case, but I do know that there were 200 arrests made before the National Guard was even deployed. I also saw footage of police making arrests beforehand. I don't necessarily know about the specific instance that you're referring to, Andrew, but I didn't know if you had covered them. Orders of standing down.
What I do remember seeing is that, and this is the authority that they were granted, was to only cover the federal buildings. The rest, and I remember very vividly seeing this, guess what? The police were the ones going in and doing that. Even after the military was deployed, it was still the police that were the ones that were effectuating the rest and the ones that were still controlling the riot crowds outside. The ones near the federal building
largely carrying out arrests.
Correct. Yes, it was not. It was.
Yes, they were working. They were working even at that point with local police departments. That's true. But I can tell you right now that the Guard was involved with heavy exchanges with these crowds. Okay, and I watched it live. So that's bullshit to say that they weren't.
Wait. Then your argument then about the AMPM store, as if that was somehow that wouldn't have happened if the National Guard would have never been near the AMPM store, because that's what it was. The police. No, because
once there was hang on. Listen, once there was observers, once there was military observers who were on the ground who were watching this go down, right? If they had come out and said, look, the National Guard is here and we're trying to enforce law and the police have been purposely given stand down orders, it would have fucking destroyed the entire Democrat Party in California if that had been the case. Of course, they started finally enforcing law when it was the case that there was observers.
Oh, so the police enforced the law. So now Andrew's pivoting here. Okay, I'm glad to know. Here we go. He's expanding again. He's expanding again.
This was the position.
Because you implied that the police took stand down orders because of the AMPM store or whatever it was. Okay, but then you implied that the National Guard was the one that quelled that. No, it wasn't, because guess what? The police were the ones that still had to effectuate that arrest. The National Guard and the Marines were only overseeing the federal building. That was it.
Listen, the National Guard and Marines were taking people out in paddy wagons. Now, whether or not they were the people who actually read them the Miranda rights and put them in fucking jail cells, I don't know. But yes, the National Guard and the Marine Corps were effectively arresting people. Whether or not they technically did, they were doing it live. You can go back and watch my footage. We have it live.
They were all on the streets then. So you're telling me then that they were on a separate street in Los Angeles, effectuating arrests, doing law enforcement activities, which is well beyond the scope, by the way, of 12406.
Yeah, why don't you watch what happened at the ice buildings? Watch what happened at the ice buildings. Yes, and here's the thing.
Well, what was an ice building? What's an ice building, Andrew?
This is really
What's an ice building? What's an ice building? Federal building. Not the AMPM store. That's down the road. Got it.
But my position has been consistent the entire time, bro. I've had the only one here with a consistent position. Yes, given stand down.
I'm glad to know then that the only place the National Guard could have handled anything was at the federal buildings and not actually on the street where all the protests were taking place.
It wasn't the only places. That's one. And two, right? They were helping with logistics and everything else. Once there were observers on the ground, yeah, they had to mobilize and do fucking something. It was real bad for them. It was a bad eyesore for them.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So just quickly, you're saying though that if the National Guard was out there protecting federal buildings, you would say that they have the authority to do that.
Yeah, they have the authority to protect federal buildings.
Great.
Did they leave federal property?
Yeah, they have the ability to affect. Actually, they have not. I think there was still, I think the last time I checked, which is one of the reasons why I think Gavin Newsom still has a bit of a claim.
Wait a second.
I think there was about 300 people that are still sitting there in Los Angeles.
So you're saying the guard and the Marines only protect the federal buildings, right?
It is.
That's what I understood.
And you just said that they were allowed. You just said that they were allowed to do that. So why is it even a problem that Trump sent them?
Well, first of all, the problem is that he effectuated, he overran. Remember, the problem here is that they consolidated power from removing the governor being able to
Because I
take
thought you
control
just
of
said all they
the
did was protect federal buildings, which is what they were allowed to do before that.
I think when you sit there and you have the president overriding the wishes of a state governor, I think it can be problematic. In this case, I think it was problematic.
Wait, if you look at all they did was protect federal buildings, bro.
Because again, you're putting the military. You're putting the military on the streets. I think it was extremely.
They weren't on the streets. Remember, they were only in front of federal buildings.
They were at the federal buildings. Correct.
Oh, wait, they were on the streets.
But again, wait. So let's get your argument straight then. So if they're only at the federal building, if they're only at the federal building, then are you suggesting then that they didn't actually effectuate an arrest? There was no actual impact to what they actually did on the ground. There was nothing they did. In fact, I proved it.
For the purpose of the argument, sure, I'll go ahead and grant they were only at the federal buildings, which you say they have the authority to be at no matter what. So what the fuck did Trump even do wrong?
They were not at the AMPM store.
Yeah, I'll grant the argument. I'll just grant it. So what did Trump even do wrong?
Cool.
If all he did was go to federal buildings.
Yeah, he disregarded what Gavin Newsom's wishes were.
Yeah, but we also did say that they were helping with logistics and organization.
Gavin's wishes were that he didn't want troops in the streets, and they weren't in the streets. They were just protecting federal buildings, which they were allowed to do, right?
That they were allowed to protect the federal buildings? Yes, they were allowed to protect the federal buildings.
And were they allowed to
again, and we'll rehash this. We'll rehash this because this is great. The original argument was, and I will go back to it because we're seeming to get away from it. So the original argument was, is Trump consolidating power? And I will go back to what you initially said, and we'll go back to this. You said that you can do something that's legal and still consolidate power. You agreed to that initially. And I would still say the same thing here. Again, to my point and my position, yes, he is still consolidating power. Whether he was legally allowed to protect those buildings is one thing or another, but it does not negate the fact that he consolidated power. We're just going to go around circles on this. But again, if that's your case, that they're sitting there at the federal buildings, if that's the case, which is what it is, they stayed at the federal buildings, then yours assertion that the National Guard was on the streets, which was the assertion you made when you said that there was an AMPM store and they were given stand-down orders, which you have yet to have provided, the stand-down orders that they were given, okay? You have yet to provide where the National Guard was going out onto those streets and effectuating arrests, which would also be a violation of posse comitatus.
So,
I've got a quick question.
Hang on. So I just want to make sure that I have this right then. To get this correct, Trump deployed the National Guard to protect federal buildings, which he was totally legally allowed to do, according to you, and somehow that was him consolidating power. Brilliant argument, stupid Liv.
Consolidating power.
Brilliant argument, stupid.
Oh, wow.
Trump did exactly what he was supposed to do and was allowed to do. What a brilliant argument.
If I was your father and I said to you that bedtime tonight is at 7 p.m. and bedtime's normally at 6 p.m., but I gave you a little bit of leeway and I gave you bedtime at 7 p.m., would I be consolidating power?
Would you be consolidating power? But what are you consolidating? And when I'm saying that, to be very clear, how, in other words, does that child have any kind of power structure at all? Right? Because right now what we're looking at is one unique structure, right?
I don't
we have the
think
state of California, which is its own power structure.
But he might.
So the father has the authority over bedtime. So the father already has the authority over bedtime, but he lets the child.
But what authority does the child have?
The child wants to watch American Idol.
What authority does the child have?
No problem.
What authority does the child have, though?
So you're saying that the father already has the authority, but the father decided to exercise the authority.
I'm saying that the child has never had or never will have an authority. And what I mean by that is, when you look at the state of California,
it would be like the mom has the authority over when they go to bed, and the dad is deciding to take it from the mom or something.
There you go. And that is a better example, and that's exactly what I'm trying to get at. So like if the mother were to be like, "Hey son, I don't want you to stay there. I want you to go to bed on time," and then the father goes, "No, honey, it's okay. He can sit there and stay up late." Then that's consolidating power away from the mother. That's absolutely consolidation of power.
So the father already has that authority. He can already say when bedtime is. It's up to him, but then when he says what time bedtime is, he's consolidating power.
Say that again?
So the father already has the authority over when bedtime is, and then when he says what time bedtime is, he's consolidating power.
Okay, here's more.
I said that the mother and the father, you're using this in a weird analogy, and I get it, but the funny thing is that when you look at the mother and...
Newsom is child in this one.
The Newsom, no, see, this is just like they did with the consolidating more power. They keep adding that qualifier. It's the same thing he just did here. He tried to, even though Tom provided a much more apt and appropriate hypothetical, he still went with the idea there's a child, because I think there's a big difference here. Newsom's not the child here. Newsom's the mother, and Trump is the father. They work co-equally. They work together. And when Trump sits there and takes away that power from the mother, being Newsom, then that is consolidating power. I know you're going to try to pivot back to the child example, but in this example, the child has no power to begin with.
I'll even grant it. So if the father has the authority to already overrule the mother, if the mother's not doing her job right, then the father has the authority. So he already has the power. He's not consolidating anything.
The mother and the father both have an authority, and when the father,
if she's not doing the dishes, he can come in and say.
And when he does, it's a consolidation of power. Yes.
Okay, so he's consolidating the power that he already has. Gotcha.
Here's what I think is a more apt analogy. Let's say you have a little brother, a big brother, and a father. Father is the Constitution or the U.S. federal law. Big brother is Trump, and little brother is Newsom. Let's say that big brother sometimes has the authority to put little brother to bed, but only when told by father. Let's say that father says you can't put your little brother to bed, and then
can we say for this one that father's dead, and his rules are written down?
So let's say that the little brother, or the big brother, after being explicitly told by father, hey, you can't put the little brother down to bed this time, goes and puts the little brother down to bed anyway.
Who decided that?
Big
this
brother.
time.
I'm sorry,
but how's that relevant? Because big brother in this case has that authority. Father dead. All right. So father's not coming back and saying, no, actually I meant this. In this case, the big brother has that authority. He can put the little brother to bed. So the big brother has that authority.
How is that a response to anything I just said?
Okay,
so because you're trying to smuggle in there. You're trying to smuggle in there that he actually doesn't have the authority. But we already established that he does have the authority. This isn't about whether he has the authority. It's whether he's gathering it or whether he's getting the authority.
I understand you're Australian, so it's a little hard to think sometimes.
Another fallacy.
I just want to say.
I understand you're a Zoomer, so you might be trans. What does that have to do with it?
I understand that you're gay, dude.
What does that have to do with it?
Okay, so big brother sometimes has the authority to put down little brother, but only when granted by father, right?
Dude, you're not even arguing the same thing right now. I was arguing about whether or not he's collecting power or getting new power, and now you're back to arguing whether or not he has the authority. You're all over the place.
It's that little brother trying to consolidate more power when you put the little brother to bed.
No, the big brother already has the authority
of his father.
The big brother has the authority. If little brother wants to watch American Idol or America's Got Talent or something, he can do that, and he has the authority to do that.
They can be. It depends on the ones you're talking to.
But what if sometimes he doesn't have that authority?
Oh, yeah.
What if he can't just put little brother down whenever he wants? What if he can only do it when father tells him to?
Okay, so so the rules here, I can see the analogy that you're trying to make here. You're saying, well, sometimes Trump can't do this because sometimes it's not within the purview of Trump's power. But this time it was, because there was a rebellion and they were hitting national buildings. So this time he had the power. He had the authority.
It's a question.
Okay, but
it's still working its way through its courts, right? So we don't know whether or not it's legal. And we've already established that even if it's legal,
We've already known that government buildings, ICE buildings, there was thousands of protesters around attacking government buildings. You just admitted to us that if they're attacking government buildings, then he's within his authority. So what are you even arguing about?
What I'm saying is that even if it's this is the one thing I've encountered a lot, and we've gone in circles for like the past 45 minutes.
Yeah, just to be clear, you guys aren't disagreeing on whether or not it's his authority, because everybody, hold on, everybody's agreed so far that some of these things are within his authority, especially in this specific case, that it's within his authority. You guys are kind of, again, and it's not getting like zoned in on, but it is like over the semantics over whether or not you guys consider this a consolidation of power, and like that is the part that like has to be dealt with, that isn't really being addressed.
I agree. I totally agree. But all this guy keeps doing is saying it's semantics. But if we clear up the semantics, none of us can equivocate. That's why semantics are so important in a debate.
Yeah, it does have to.
That's literally why.
Dealt with in order to have the conversation, because
it has to be dealt with. And you know why we're going around in circles for 45 minutes is because of equivocation. And if you guys were willing up front to get the semantics out of the way, rather than being bad faith and saying those are semantics, we wouldn't even have the trouble of all of this fucking equivocation. So let's get the semantics out of the way. What do you consider the consolidation of authority to be? What is that?
So the consolidation of authority is just whenever you're accumulating more power. That can be a good thing or that can be a bad thing. We're arguing.
Now you said more. You said more power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I agree with that. More power. Okay. Vince, do you agree with that definition?
Consolidation of power can take place in existing legal frameworks as well as additional powers as well. Both can be true. I think if you look at the fact of something that you do not utilize, and then you do end up having a situation that arises to the need to use that
Vince,
power,
you agreed to this earlier.
Right now, we just want a definition.
You agreed to this earlier, though. Yeah. So when his question is whether or not you agree with like more power, that it necessarily would be more power. That even if Trump is enacting something in order to take over the LA police or in order to send police in there when he normally wouldn't be in charge. He normally wouldn't be in charge of the police. That is more power than, or more like a
more power.
Yeah, it's more responsibility, more power, more than he would normally have.
That normally have is incredibly important here, right?
Just a second. Just for the sake of the argument, could we say consolidation of power is just accumulating more power? Can we just?
I would be willing to concede.
just for the sake of the argument.
Would you be willing to concede that? If he were to literally king, or he were to overrule the Supreme Court, that would be a consolidation of power that isn't.
I was in the middle of answering.
That exists within
Answer.
So I said consolidation of power can take place with more, or it can take place in a fact of like a, if not for this particular event, certain, like I guess you could, I don't know how to put it, like a checkpoint, if you will, that when this thing happens, now you're given more power. That can also take place. It's legally there.
But in both
allowed.
cases,
it just has to meet a certain.
Wait, hang on. I think I understand. So you're saying that it can be either you're trying to get more power, or a body or entity or individuals trying to get more power, or it could be that some event happens, like let's say a meteorite strikes the United States, and now we're under martial law, and that was like implemented immediately via the, if a meteorite strikes the United States, these powers go into effect immediately. That would also be a consolidation, right?
You could say if not for that event, then previously you had no powers, and now you do. Yes, you have a consolidation of powers.
Okay,
because it still exists in a legal framework, but it's not more.
Yeah, so both of them are
those are more.
Yeah, technically, I think we would all agree that is more. That's the part that like keeps getting hung up on. Is that like technically?
Right, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? Fine. I will concede this. I do see what you're saying. I think when I was hearing you say more power, I thought you were referring to more in the sense of outside of that legal framework. That new power. That was the way that I was understanding your argument to be framed. Was that more insinuating that there is now an additional, and that's what and to be clear, that was the original claim. It's additional.
Well, it's yes, they're saying it's more power, more responsibility, but it's not new.
Additional mean the same thing.
Fine. I can see this point. This is a really dumb point anyways. Again, the point is that he's consolidating power. You want to sit there and say he's consolidating more power? By all means, please tell me he's consolidating more power, because that's fine. That qualifier just makes it more important that what I'm saying is exactly true. The fact is that he had taken power away from Gavin Newsom that he did not previously have, and now he's taken on that responsibility of the National Guard.
Well, so again, okay, I understand. So just to make sure I got the position right, all of us agree that when we're saying the word consolidation of power, like I said in the very beginning of this, even though we've been disagreeing for 45 minutes, we actually do mean more power. More power is necessary to the consolidation of power. Yes or no, Vince?
I just want to make sure when we're talking about more power, you're not referring to something that is additional. And when I mean additional, let me correct this. What you're not saying, though, is that this is not a new power outside of their already legally obligated framework, right? Like this is, in other words.
No, wait, legally obligated is different.
Okay,
like, yeah, so hold on. No, wait, Vince. Okay, so we're saying like if Zelensky all of a sudden is in the middle of a war and now he's allowed to call off elections, that is more power, but it's not new power because it's always been in the Constitution that he can do that. So it's not new, but it is more. That's what they're saying, is that this is more power, not new power.
If that's what Andrew Wilson is saying,
I just want to make sure that you concede that this is what we're discussing first. But
what I want to make sure is when you're using because what I want to make sure of is for the exact same reason that Tom just laid out. If you're saying this is a new power, being that this was not in legal existence before, and that is consolidation of more power, I disagree with that sentiment. But if you're saying that it's consolidation of more in just the sense that it was not allowed previously, and now he does have it because of a particular event that took place, sure, I agree with that. But again, I don't want to say that in the sense of saying that like this is a consolidation of additional power. That's not the consolidation of additional power.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm willing to grant this too. Let's say maybe then that we can all agree on this. There's two different definitions, so we don't equivocate between the two. The first definition is granting yourself additional powers. That would be a consolidation of powers. Another definition is that powers are deferred unto you during times of crises or perhaps other what you consider checkpoints, where additional powers are just legally granted to you, period. And that becomes a consolidation of power, even if it's not something that you were asking for.
So I want to make sure you're clear, and we're clear on this. So you're saying the granting of additional powers that is legally allowed is the consolidation of powers,
that's definition one for consolidating power, and then definition two, so that we're not equivocate, because what will happen is we'll equivocate between the two when they're actually two different things. So if it is the case that you go with, like, let's say definition two, there's additional powers granted to you during an emergency, we might be willing to concede the point that that would be consolidation of power and then move into the is it good or bad, if that's the case. But if you're using definition one, right, and saying, okay, under definition one, this is you're accumulating power because you want it, you're desiring it, you're going for it, you're making moves towards it, that we may have semantic disagreements there and say, no, we don't actually believe that that fits the threshold of that, but we would concede that maybe it fits under the threshold of the second definition. So at least we can move forward from there to the second part of the argument, right?
Yeah, I think.
Andrew,
go ahead.
Oh, no, I was asking you, what was the second definition again?
It's like powers granted to you, not necessarily through any fault of your own, due to emergency or some kind of quote checkpoint.
Okay, yeah, like I think with the Zelensky example that Tom had brought up, I don't think I would call that a consolidation of power. I would say that's power.
Well, it would be. Hang on, it would be a consolidation of power if we're going to use that as our second definition. We're being very charitable by giving that to you guys, by the way.
Okay,
very charitable.
I think under my definition, I would say that's not a consolidation of power.
Okay, well, if that's the case,
well, if you're saying that, then the entire California example doesn't count.
If that's the case, then we won the entirety of the California exchange, and we'll concede that point.
Well, no, so
happy to move on.
I would
argue Trump doesn't have the power to federalize the National Guard because he's directly violating the statute that we have.
Yeah, I understand, but you don't have any power or authority to make that determination. That's going to have to go through the courts and the governing bodies, and right now that has not been established one way or the other. It's still working its way through the court system.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but like I'm happy to agree to disagree, I guess, just for the sake of continuing the conversation.
Yeah, so the thing is that if we're going to go with point two, and we make a concession of emergency powers, right, and say that due to some sort of checkpoint, emergency powers are granted to you, I'm not even sure California falls under that. But if it's under definition one, it definitely doesn't fall under it. Definitely doesn't. That would be an existing power, at least from our view, that he's exercising, and he has the ability to do so.
So because they have the ability to do so, you don't believe that is. Yeah, this is. We're going right back into circles. I was gonna say, because if this is the ability to do so.
Like the next example, maybe,
well, this is kind of weird because you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot. Like when they're actually saying that they're like agreeing that this could be a part of accumulation of power. Yes, you guys almost necessarily.
That's why I asked that question, Tom. That's why I asked that question before. Correct. Before Corbin bumped in, not bumped in. I didn't mean that in a derogatory sense. Before Corbin said that, I was initially going with that because when I saw Andrew sit there and say that it was a consolidation of power, it seems like on both ends of those definitions. Then to my original claim in my introduction, is Trump consolidating power? Absolutely yes. Andrew just confirmed this is a consolidation of power, whether it's legal or not.
Corbin, I think that the problem is that almost every time it'll probably have something to do with whether or not he's like actually allowed to do this. That is part of it. Like in every time. So like if a lot of the claims are that Trump is using the like state of emergency to like grab a bunch more power and crap like that, the argument would be that these aren't actual emergencies. But every time it's not going to be like, oh, Trump, was fighting a war because somebody bombed us, so now he's accumulating power. Like that would be a ridiculous.
By the way, I want you guys to imagine. Hang on, Tom. Maybe you can clarify too. I want you guys to understand how absolutely over the top charitable I just was
by separating these two things out and willing to grant you one of them for the purposes of moving the argument on so that there was no equivocation. Most good faith thing you could ever see. You guys would never do that for me in a million years. And I still did it for you, and you still fucked yourselves. You still fucked yourselves.
I called it out. That's why I asked you to clarify initially, to be very clear and very transparent. I asked you initially, but I also was a little cautious because I know what you like to do. When we talk about good or bad, we then go down this philosophical argument of good or bad. And so, I mean, I think we're already at center.
I'm going to tell you, Vince. 99% of debates with fucking stupid progressives, and maybe you're not one. I have faith that you're not one. Is equivocation.
I'm a self-avowed liberal, not
perhaps not a stupid one, though, right? 99% of these things end up being equivocation. Equivocation, us going around in circles over and over again, speaking past each other, because when we actually get down to the root of what it is that we're talking about, we find out that we actually agree with each other on this, and that just is really uncomfortable for people, right? Oh, we actually agree. Maybe this was consolidation of power. Then we move to good and bad. Then we get to the root of what that means and what it is that we mean by that, and perhaps there's agreement there too. The problem is people then enter into cognitive dissonance. They don't realize they didn't think their position through, and so they sound fucking stupid. But that's not me being bad faith. That's me being ultimately good faith. I would have cleared up these semantics right from the beginning, and I tried to. Don't say I didn't, because I did.
All right, well, let's, if this argument dead ends at whether or not the courts have agreed on it, if you guys aren't going to argue on that, then we should go to the next example.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was. I don't necessarily agree with Andrew's framing that just because it hasn't come to some final statement in the courts that we can't necessarily say it was a violation of that statute. Just for the sake of moving on, I was willing to say, okay.
Well, let's move into the portion. So me and Jake will, again, in the most good faith way possible, we'll grant definition 2 that utilizing emergency power, Trump sent in the National Guard, and that is a form of power consolidation, right? Just for the purposes of being super good faith. I don't actually see why that's bad. Even if I grant that that's the case, that he sent in the Guard because the cops there were standing down, I watched him do it. I watched him live. You have no reason to doubt me. It's all recorded. There's thousands and thousands of people watching right now who would correct me if they weren't watching it, but they did. Why is it a bad thing that he sent the military in to quell? Remember, there's a lot of citizens in California who are not progressive liberals. There's tons and tons and tons of them. In fact, there's many more than people think who are at the mercy of various violations of these people hurting their businesses, hurting them, destroying their property, and terrorizing them. And so, Trump deploying the troops, if you're not willing to do your job, I see that as a good thing. Even if it was a violation, I would still say it's a good thing. That sometimes you have to violate the law in order to do good things.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we can get into that a little bit more if you want, because I don't agree that the police weren't doing their job. Like I said, there were 200 arrests before the National Guard was ever deployed. I tried to find that AM. What was the name of it? It was a gas station. The AM PM.
AM PM.
Here, somebody in the Crucible crew, go back to that original broadcast real quick, Moon, maybe. Clip that out. Clip out them looting while the cops are just standing there and watching them for hours, by the way, not for a few minutes. Send it over to Tom. He'll play it. And then you'll have the proof in front of you.
And then I guess I can also speak on other videos that I've seen as well. Like I did see places getting looted, but I saw them getting looted very quickly without any police around. And the second that police showed up, they started to quell the looting.
This was over the course. Listen, it is true that during the day, things which happened during the day had much more rapid responses. Okay, well, at nighttime, I actually doubt that you did see those videos because most of the time, well, maybe you did. I don't know. I didn't see everything that ever occurred during those riots. That would be impossible. But for the most part, I did have the main cams which were on the street. And yes, the police mostly did stand down while they were setting things on fire, setting buildings on fire, breaking everything in their path, destroying private property, beating people up and doing heinous things. And they weren't doing this for a few minutes. And then the cops came in and broke it up. If they were, I'd be very charitable and be like, look, maybe they got to do something about the response time, but they're trying to protect the citizenry around them. They were in a semicircle of hundreds while they were firebombing and setting fires and looting stores. And they stood there and watched it. You're never going to convince me that wasn't a stand down order in a million fucking years. No way.
So you think it was a circle of hundreds of protesters and rioters?
No, cops.
Or cops. Okay. Well, if it was a lot of cops, that could have easily quelled protesters, looters. And stuff. I guess I'll agree with that.
Yeah,
but
it was, bro.
I don't think there's been any evidence of standing down, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's powerful evidence of standing down. Not to mention the fact that when we were going into these various meetings for the organizers of these protests, they were talking very openly about how it is that the police have stand-down orders. They're only allowed to arrest you under certain circumstances, and that if you're going to, basically destroy property and things like that, at least be smart about it. Now they use coded language, but that is what they were talking about, and it was very obvious to the onlooker that's what they were talking about. By the way, I wasn't the only one who went in those spaces, and Jake isn't the only one who went in those spaces. Hundreds of conservative commentators went in those spaces and recorded them.
I'm watching it right now. I've got videos if we need.
Yeah,
I'm watching it right now, and I can pull it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do I send it to you?
All right. So I'm seeing 1883 all over the place. I don't know if that might be just the number of the photo, because I don't know if that looks quite right. But this does look very old. I think it's Paris. Don't know where. Wait. Rue Montmartre? 22nd arrondissement. 12e arrondissement. Ah, Rue Moment. There it is. And what's this? Rue du Croissant. Right here. It should be like right here. Right? Like around here. Does this year feel right? Because like if it's the 1800s, then you gotta go to 1900 to get it. Those hats are 20th century, that's what I'm thinking. Like the 20s? Ugh. Bowler hats? Pre-World War I. There's not a lot of room pre-World War I. Oh, it was 24. It was post-World War I. But shit, I got the location perfectly. Damn. Should have gone with my gut. It's okay. Ladakh. Tibetan, Ladakhi, Kashmiri. Ladakhi food. Pakistan, yeah, the hats, right? Kashmiri arts. Tibetan, so it's gotta be like Kashmir near. Oh, there it is. We saw that before, right? There it is. Okay. Ladach. I mean, we're probably not going to be able to figure it out any better than that. Just guess like around here or something. And then, what's the year? 80s, 90s, 2000s? Photo quality makes me think like 80s. And like that flashlight. 70s maybe, yeah. But you also never know in like remote areas, right? Is it trademark? Or copyright? I don't know. I'm getting 80s vibe. I could be wrong. I wonder if that hotel is still around. Simula. Dress shirt cardigan thing was the 80s. Yeah, getting 80s vibe. There's so many hotels. Holy shit. Because I guess everybody goes to like... This is near the Karakoram range, so you're going to get like a lot of people who are like going climbing in the Himalayas here. Yeah, Everest in... '83. Alright, we'll go for it. Alright, there seems to be a lot of hotels around here, so I'll go for this. Nice. 85, 588.5 meters. Nice score. Oh, this is going to be early 1900s. 1905, right? Isn't that when he did the thing? Maybe we'll say like 1906. And then I guess this is St. Louis. Or is this the Ford factory? And then they got sent to St. Louis. Let's take the risk. We're going to go with St. Louis. Hope it's not Detroit. 1909. It was St. Louis. Let's go. Welcome, our queen. 90s, maybe? English shoppe. Gay man arms. Nice. The Netherlands? Yeah. But it's a little confusing. Like the flag looks right for the Netherlands. What is this crest here? I mean, it could be. They're like in some weird little English part of town. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, it's all in English. What the hell is this? No Man's Sky finally. Oh, you're playing? About time. Damn, where is this? This is an American flag. There's like... somewhere in the Commonwealth. Well, that's a bit broad, don't you think? Why is there a fucking American flag here? That's throwing me off. But you're right, it's probably somewhere in the Commonwealth. Otherwise, why would they have that for Queen Elizabeth? Shit. Yeah, been a minute though. Barbados? Where is Barbados? Is it in the Caribbean? Yeah. Let's see. Samoa Commonwealth? Bro, this is tough. It's watched. We're gonna do it, and it's gonna be fucking England, and I'm gonna be like, bro, oh no. but there's no way, right? This is throwing me off so bad. Yeah. Signs are all in English. Yo.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Just got done. Had a roller coaster of emotions. Stream.
Debate?
Talked to an actual groiper, so that was fun.
Whoa. What happened there?
He had a whole made-up story about how he was in the Air Force, which was kind of funny.
How'd you catch him out?
I forget, like, these guys are usually actual, like, incel losers, like IRL, so they kind of cope really hard. So yeah, that was fun. It's a good time. Well, it wasn't, like, fun in the traditional sense. It was, like, fun in the I want to tear my eyes out, but, you know.
Shit, dude, this is tough. Do you have my stream pulled
What you
up?
playing?
Time Guesser.
Oh, what is that?
It's like GeoGuessr, but it gives you a photo instead of like from that somebody took at some point, instead of like a place from Google Maps, and you have to guess the place and the year.
Okay, Time Guesser. Okay. Yeah. So what do I do? Play? Just play it?
Yeah, but here, pull up my stream because we're having a tough one right now. This is.
Okay. Oh, definitely the UK somewhere.
That's what we thought, but then there's an American flag, and this weird flag here, which I don't recognize.
It's probably still the UK, if I had to guess.
Okay.
Or maybe it's like East Coast America? Like Massachusetts? Massachusetts, maybe? Boston? I don't know. Would there be really English, that much English shit there, though?
I don't know. This is wild, bro.
Wait. Are
no
those
way
like
it's in the
Australia? Is it like New Zealand,
I mean,
maybe?
Yeah, see, I was thinking that because we don't have signs like this, right? We don't have blue and red signs in the States.
No. What is red, white, and blue?
Well, that looks like the Netherlands, but everything's in fucking English, even the street signs.
No turning right, no turning left? Why are they on top of each other like that?
I don't know. This looks like it might be like a theme area or something. What the fuck are we even looking at? A Croatian flag.
See a Croatian flag?
Where? Definitely a territory. Nice. They held in the mid-20th century in the Western Hemisphere, like the Bahamas or something. Okay. They held the Bahamas.
I don't know, man. You think Bahamas, maybe? Like one of our territories, potentially? Like a Guam? Why do they all look like that? Why are they all dressed like they're stuck in 1930?
That's not the Croatian flag. That's a British flag laid over a red, white, and blue thing.
Gayman Arms? Gay?
Yeah, gay.
Oh, English shop.
Wait, Queen's Staircase. Shoppy. English shoppe. Yeah, might as well. In like the 90s, do we think?
Is this like the daily one?
Yeah. You get 5 pictures. Cayman Arms. What's... So the Cayman Islands? But it looks like a G. So but you might be right. It's just a retarded C. Georgetown. Oh my God, Daniel. Daniel.
Daniel's that guy.
I think you got it. I think you got it, bud.
It was 15.2 km from the first one. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to also put the year in?
The bongers are known for retarded C's. Yeah, that's why it's Time Guesser.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Let's see if we can figure out where this is. I mean, it probably... I mean, who knows if it even exists anymore, but... Let's see. Cayman Arms... Let's see if that's a place we can even fucking find.
Well, the next one's Tibet. I have no clue how to spell Tibet or where Tibet's at on the map.
I found it. I got it less than I got about half a kilometer away on that one.
God damn, you're cracked.
Bro,
okay.
I am very good at this shit. Rip the Queen, indeed. Silram. Also, welcome. Yeah, welcome to
Rest
our Queen.
Rest in peace. Rest in pieces, nerd.
Nerd. I think you're right with the Cayman Islands. I'm trying to see if I can find this Cayman Arms play. There's a place called that. Gifts and souvenirs. It feels like a touristy place, right? So it feels like it's going to be somewhere around Meow. Well, this looks kind of interesting, right? But that's not quite right. Who knows if these buildings even still exist, though? Thanks, Goth. Appreciate it. Oh, you're crazy at Pips? Nice. Welcome to our Queen. Deaf means colony of England. Yeah, I guess the Caymans were a colony of England. I might just have to guess somewhere in the center of this area because I'm feeling this area. This looks really interesting to me. This also looks very interesting to me.
I have no clue where Tibet is. God damn it.
Particularly interesting. Edward Street. I feel like I'm gonna click somewhere and it's gonna be like, nope. It was actually in England, you stupid fuck.
Ah.
What?
Oh, I was just memeing. I don't know.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna make an executive decision.
That's easy enough.
Well,
the third one's easy as shit, buddy.
Like around here. And then we're gonna go... I'm feeling 90s. This looks 90s to me. I was 1 year off. I was 217.9 meters away. Look at that. Damn, that's where it was. Let me see if I can see what it looks like there. Does this look... This This doesn't even look the same anymore, does it? I feel like this looks totally different now.
UK.
So,
I have no clue where.
It is what it is. Next one. So B makes me think Belgium. This looks like 70s, 80s. We'll figure that out in a second. Oh, this is a tough one, isn't it? Tram. Divan. It's definitely Europe. Every time I go into Belgium, though, everything looks like kind of French, and it throws me off big time.
It's time to play chess. I got cooked.
Descent. But they do the duh thing, right? The D. B for Belgium. That's what I was thinking. And this is like 70s, 80s vibes clothes. I'll have to narrow that down in a second. No street signs, no nothing. There looks like there's a fucking castle over here. Is there a castle somewhere in Brussels? I'm sure, right? Because Brussels is old.
Alright, buddy, I'm gonna hop out. Probably gonna be getting off streaming here soon.
Alright, brother.
Long day today.
Yeah, awesome having you as always. Will I see you on Monday?
We will sure see you. I will prepare for a good Monday night stream.
Indeed.
Stuff to talk about.
Alright, brother. You take care. I will see you on Monday.
Heck yeah, man. We'll see you then. You have a good night.
You too.
Yep, bye.
I don't know, I'm kind of getting vibes that this looks like it might be it, right? But the street, yeah, the street looks about the right width. There's these trees. Castle looks like it's about the right amount away. Unless it's on the other side. Cities don't really have trams anymore, right? So probably has to have a median. I doubt they like tore up the median, but you never know. I think I'm gonna go. What does this look like here? I'm probably like way off. Try like 82. 2 years off, 3.7 kilometers. Not bad. Final score. Pretty fucking good, if I say so myself. Pretty fucking good. Should I do pips? I don't know. Van Kirk's gonna like talk shit because he's like a master at it and it still takes me a while to do it. Alright. 0. So obviously we want the 5 in here. Okay. 0, so it has to be 2 these, less than 3. Cannot be this one, cannot be this one, it must be this one. Then these two must be equal. Okay, we'll come back there in a minute. Okay, these two must equal 1, which means one of these must be 0. It cannot be any of these two up here, so it must be one of these two here. So one of these two is going to go here, which also means we need something that has equality. Oh, okay, we figured this out. Yeah. Bah. Which means this must be here. Okay. I believe this goes here. This goes here. And this goes here. The hard one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So one of these three must go here. One of them must go here. One of them must go here. None of these four can be equal to each other. Oh! Oh! Alright. Do we have 5s? We do. Do we have 4s? We do. Do we have 3s? We do. Okay, so that doesn't help us. This must be a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yikes. Ah, here we go. That must be that. This must be a two-parter, so this must be 4 over here. We don't have double 4, so any one of these could go there. But we can't use... Oh, we could use a 0. Or could we? No. I have to go this way. Okay, so it can't be this one. It has to be this one or this one. Could be either or. So that's going to be either a 3 or a 5. These two must be equal. We only have 2 options for less than 3. Oh, interesting. I feel like this should go here. I'm going to put this one there temporarily because we have to save the high numbers for these guys. Okay. We'll try it with this. We'll see how we do. So, with a 4, 6, 5. Ooh. Huh. We're just gonna try shit out, see if it works. Boop. 5, 4, 6. So the way we've constructed it has to be this guy. Then we can do this, right? Then this. Then this. Ah. Okay. We'll have to make some small adjustments, okay? But we're very close. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Got it. Nice. Very good. Getting better. Getting better at it. I think I've realized that, like, I just need to kind of start putting things in and see how it goes and then adjust afterwards. This is the best way for me. That is the best way. Yeah. Okay. To follow all the rules and put all the dominoes in the right way. Goodbye, YouTube. We love you, retards.